Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role. I'm so excited. Oh, we're back, baby. Less than a dozen miles outside the walls of Dol-Makjar, coming on the King's Highway from Timony, our soldiers look out and see the exact roads that led you from here a little over a week ago, when you left as swiftly as you could in the dark of night to avenge the death of Fang and to rescue Taliesin Pridesire, a stone Nama, lion folk warrior, frozen in the back of your carriage, has accompanied you long days of travel, and you are finally back where your adventures began. Almost. Tyranny and Wick, you have just completed looking into this bleeding set of holy orders where the name Sharavi came to in blood. Kattigan, Thimble, and Tayor, I believe that you have been out of the carriage, as you said before, trying to find a secret way into Dol-Makjar. If we could begin with our first rolls of tonight, how would you guys be trying to find like a smuggler's path into Dol-Makjar?
I feel like I would know of one.
Yeah, I think roll with advantage if you'd be so
Okay.
kind. And we can make that either, you can roll investigation with advantage, or I would allow perception with advantage.
Or at least making sure that old established ones haven't been
compromised
together.
up, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is...
First roll of the campaign.
First roll of the campaign. Hold on. 15.
15, okay. You see that probably the best path forward is taking the back roads through some alpine farms and villages and heading up towards one of the water gates above Dol-Makjar. There's a big sluice where the River of Rosh comes in, and they basically have a large gated dam there for like flooding so that if it rains in the mountains, it doesn't ruin the city. There are some paths that go down that way that are so inconvenient that they're usually very lightly guarded. But you probably have to talk your way past one gate guard there. But it's so inconvenient that there's no traffic. It won't be like going through the main gates, like on the Dvalmar Pass. On a 15, I think that's probably the path you would choose to take in. And the nice thing is if you get through that path, it's a straight shot to the Arcanod and to where you want to drop Sid off with Bolaire.
Right. What do you guys think? Sound good?
Sounds good here.
I assume we're still under the blanket.
That was yesterday, I think.
And I'm still wearing the bracers of oak and birch.
Oh.
Aren't we hiding?
Yeah, you should definitely be hiding.
Oh.
If people see you in the city, it's bad.
We were hiding under the blanket.
Yeah.
Let's get back. Yeah.
Great. Do you think they can hear us?
Oh my
in
God!
here?
Stop farting.
It's my breath.
You guys have, Wick, what have you done with the holy orders that you took from Lux?
Well, so when we last left these holy orders,
You had just had that vision. I don't think you guys.
she had that.
Yes, Tyranny had seen the name of Sharavi bleeding through the orders in blood.
Yeah.
And only you were able to see that.
Did you tell me?
No.
Cool.
You have not said what you saw in those holy orders. Okay,
No.
copy
I've got
that.
complicated feelings about it.
So in that case, you are left with this strange wonder around the protection from evil and good spell, and know that there is something up with these holy orders, but you can't exactly say what. But it...
Did I at least see she had a reaction to it?
Insight deception.
I'm going to do a retroactive insight check.
I'm gonna use my new dice, and I'm gonna do it this way style. Oh, nat 20.
Okay!
Thank you, Laura.
Oh, man.
Nat 20.
5.
You want to... Tyranny would never steer you astray. But you know what you know. There is something magical in these holy orders. Something that you can't describe that pings some weird sense of confusion or distrust. There is some magically nefarious working upon these holy orders.
It's a clue. And we will get to the bottom of this mystery.
Absolutely.
Additionally, Tayor, you have gone over the letter here from Jaffe, but only with Kattigan on your watch last night. You have not had an opportunity yet to go over it with everybody else.
Yes, I would bring this letter forward because I think more minds are better than two. And I'd read the letter and pass it around and see, especially if that means anything to Thimble. I think this was a letter meant for the Aussie, but it was never delivered to him.
Shadow. That's a name I would know that was like a...
You've heard that name used to refer to Thiazi in the past, yes.
It's obviously in some sort of code. You'll have to keep your mind malleable.
You've already read this out loud?
Yep.
Okay.
I have.
But I'll read it out loud again.
yeah.
Is that, okay. If all has gone well, you have the stone in hand. That's the stone of Nightsong, right? We'll need the steel, and you said you can convince her to reshape it into an anchor. If not, anyone in the family can make plowshares. This all sounds perfectly normal. Once it's done, the next step is to bring it to the field. Our wings are leading a charge against the border to draw the locals away from the site. Where did you get this letter from?
This was from Jaffe, the big owl.
Oh, yeah. That hotshot I mentioned will meet you there and help prepare the arch from steel to stone. Please try to temper his confidence with pragmatism. Yes, I know you are precisely the wrong person for that. Still. Remember, until a stable trinity of bridges are built, it is vital that the blood be protected. I trust that you have disguised it well. Blood.
Bridges.
Yeah, from down here, it sounds crazy.
There's more. With any luck, the next time I see your face, we will have undone the damage of our first attempt. More than one door will be open to us from there. Until then, I search for suitable anchors for the remaining 4. We may need more hands soon after. Professor, did Jeff say where he got it from?
Jeff?
I don't think he did, no.
Said it was from Thiazi.
Professor. Do I know a professor?
You do not know a professor.
Is it Murray a professor?
Murray's a professor.
Murray's a
But why
professor.
would Murray have sent a letter to Thaz that would have gone all the way outside of the city? That's so stupid.
Who's Murray?
Murray works at the Bentevril. She's got giant tits.
I don't think that I met her.
Beard,
I've ever met
very
her.
strong.
You would remember her.
I would remember.
Well, even if she's not our professor, academics keep a small circle, all those nerds grouped together.
They do.
Maybe we should talk
Talk
to
to
her.
the nerds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This might also describe what that stone does. What is the stone? The knight's song?
I don't know. It was really important,
Nightwish.
though. I mean, that's why that elf chick came after it, right?
Plowshares. Bridges.
Blood.
We are very good soldiers.
Does anything sound, like, familiar out of here?
Give me investigation.
First roll of the campaign.
First roll of campaign. Here we go. Natural 20!
Hey!
Fuck. Wait, why did I ask for a roll? Shit. Oh no. I'm ruined, dude. I'm fucking ruined.
A 40.
I think on a nat 20.
Give it to me.
He doesn't want to
Pick three of the words. Pick 3 of the words in the letter.
Okay. Which one should I pick?
I mean, I have my favorites.
Okay, which ones are your
So
favorites?
I would love to know what plowshares are.
Okay.
To make plowshares, that's clearly a code. I think wings are operatives, but an anchor
Yeah.
seems to maybe tie it to one person or one user.
And it's saying they need more anchors. So, like, said you convince her to reshape it into an anchor, and then it says, more than one door will be open to us from there. Until then, I search for more suitable anchors for the remaining 4.
Yeah, 4 would be good. Like this one. With any luck, next time I see your face, we will
So
have
this-
undone the damage of the
Yeah,
first
and the
attempt.
stone can be shaped into an anchor. So the stone of Nightsong, something can be done with it that can turn it into...
a thing.
Okay.
This is what a healthy marriage looks like.
Okay, I think we should know who that hotshot is that I mentioned that will meet you there. We should know who that person is, right?
Or professor. That's another good one.
Right. So you want to do hotshot?
Yes. You two are solving the Sudoku.
We're just under this blanket.
Hotshot plowshares. You want to do plowshares?
Hotboxing.
I'm not saying with smarts.
I feel like I should know what the anchor is.
Go for it.
Reaching.
Who is the hotshot? What is an anchor?
Looking over the letter, you scan your memory as much as you can. The 3 terms you were asked for were anchor, hotshot, and wings.
Plowshares.
Plowshares.
And not professor.
Who, you want professors or
No,
plowshares?
I mean,
Professor.
it's just who wrote the letter.
I would rather want to know professor, but you said plowshares earlier.
I did.
Professor, please.
On a nat 20, which is, I can only say for you at home, don't ask for rolls if you're not prepared. Thinking back, you remember being out, you were in, this was many years ago, you were in Venatus, and you were grabbing something, you were grabbing like noodles at a place in Venatus in the Eternal Night with Thiazi. You were off investigating something. And this was probably about like 5 or 6 years ago at this point. And you were talking to this friend he had there named Pascard Velmonte, who was a sort of educated, erudite man, and they sort of shared a laugh about something. And Pascard was basically saying this thing of like, anytime, he was making a note about arcane studies, and he was saying, anytime you find a prophecy, anytime you find a secret scroll or a gem or anything from the ancient past, it's never going to do anything helpful, because things forged in the ancient past were forged to create the order of the ancient past, right? So any spell created by the Shapers was going to do something to shape the world into the shape that the Shapers wanted it. So he was talking about the importance of sacrilege, the importance of changing and warping things to be different than their intended purpose, because he was like, you basically saying like, oh, you cannot turn your back on power. You must have the power to change the world that you see fit, but you know, the purpose of a tool can be changed. And you remember Thiazi smiling and going, swords reshaped into plowshares. And you remember that term plowshares. That was just an odd thing for him to mention in that moment. But that term plowshares, in the context of arcane objects, and specifically arcane objects that have been changed or altered. Okay. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, did Thimble ever get a chance to interact at all with the coffin way back at the funeral, at Thiazi's funeral? I don't think you did. Cool. Then that's all you know about plowshares. The second thing is hotshot. You remember there was this young lizard folk, sort of like enchanter, artificer. He had an accent from the Sunset Mountains. He sounded like he was from the same place that Murray was from. His name was Bogri. And you remember him showing up in Dol-Makjar, bothering Thiazi and being like, you remember like meeting up with Thiazi in a park, just like normal, like making the rounds, and Thiazi being like, you go to the Penteveral, the help you want at the Penteveral. And you remember dressed in these kind of like thick canvas, like dark canvas overalls with a box of like smith's tools and stuff like that, and a wide like straw hat, this almost like crocodile, like lizard folk that, you know how dinosaurs have the long tail that balances them out like behind them, that kind of lizard folk going, I don't want to go to the Penteveral, I don't need to go to the Penteveral, they got nothing that can take me there, okay? And you remember Thiazi turning around and being like, all right, hotshot, if you're so fucking great at this, and that name sticks out in your memory. And then the last one you said was, I believe, anchors.
Professor.
Oh, no, professor.
She changed it the last second.
Changed it the last time to professor.
Oh, because I said anchors instead of plowshares, but you gave me plowshares, and we'll take it.
Okay.
It's fine.
Plowshares.
Professor.
Professor.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thinking,
but you already told me I didn't know who Professor
that's
was,
what
so
I'm
it
saying.
feels like I shouldn't do it. I'll do anchors.
Do anchors? Great. You remember Thiazi talking to you about this was after the Reaper's Day. Where do you think Thimble was when she first heard from another fairy, or did she feel it in her body when the doors to fairy closed?
I think we all felt it.
What did Thimble spend that day doing, that first day that the connection to fairy was severed?
She flew outside of the city. She spent it away from urban life, trying to feel that connection to nature and feel any magic in things outside of industrial.
Outside of the city, in Tintazi Wood. Tintazi is the forest right outside of Dol-Makjar. It's where Hal's hallowed round is. And you just felt that all of the magic of that wood had gone so far away. What had felt like it was alive with wonder and promise just felt dead. And returning back towards the theater, this was about 8 years ago. Getting back towards where you were going to meet Thaz, you heard him yelling at the top of his lungs, angry at someone. Then why wasn't it anchored? Why wasn't it, Mara? Why wasn't it? Upon entering, do you think Thimble would have given him privacy in this tense interaction with someone you didn't know, or would you have joined him? What's that?
No.
You would have stayed away?
No, I would have gone and tried to stay away, but I would want to see his anger.
Walking in, you see him there, a young human woman dressed in a kind of simple leather vest and leather breeches, barefoot, dirty feet, with what looks like some woad or paint in deep purple under her eyes, sort of almost like ritual, and this beautiful ghost-like white hair coming down her face. Looks out, looks back at Thiazi, as Thiazi turns and says, Thimble, sorry, just bad hit on a caravan headed out for Donatus. I'll talk to you later. You see the woman looks at you wordlessly, turns around and heads to the balcony, turns into a falcon and flies away. That's what a nat 20 will get you.
That's new.
The woman did that?
Yeah.
These are memories. At the time, you had no context for it. This was one of, by that point, you had already, there's you and Thiazi had kind of separated some of your spheres of influence. Mm-hmm. But you do have that memory of him shouting at that woman, Mara. Her not saying anything, just flying away. And
Was that common for me to see anyone do that at that point?
you'd seen Druid's wild shape before.
Okay.
Yeah.
She gave druid vibes.
Gave Druid vibes, yeah, very much so. And I'd say, too, that probably wasn't the last time you saw her.
Uh-huh.
But Thiazi tended to have a tense relationship with her. And it didn't seem to want you guys to communicating.
Okay.
And in the context of the letter, does it make any more sense now?
Let's read it again out loud. No.
Slower this time.
What you see is those terms, more so than describing something mechanical and precise, you just hear these words echo through the halls of memory into your and Thiazi's life and how much you kept apart from each other for reasons of safety. You look at this and feel meaning, like looking at a table of puzzle pieces where everything is right side up, everything has been prepared and put together, it just hasn't been assembled yet. And I think it is very clear that whatever Thiazi was attempting to do in this last year or two, you guys going and getting the Stone of Night song.
This is so much bigger than he let me know.
Thaisha, him sending his brother's former partner to Venatus with a young Penteveral student to get this coffin. There are a lot of pieces on the board moving very fast. But yeah, you see these things connect and resonate, but it is not assembled in your mind yet.
I'd like to know more about the noodle place in the Eternal Night that was mentioned. Can we do that next? Because I feel like...
Yeah. Once,
I could go for some noodles.
Imagine Thimble just slurping on one ramen noodle.
That's kind of what it was like, yeah.
Hungry for noodles. You venture forth to the city of Dol-Makjar, and we'll do the rest on tonight's episode of Critical Role.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to the Critical Role Announcement Playhouse. Drama. Before we get into tonight's episode, let's go and go over some announcements, including tonight's sponsor, which is one of our awesome partners on Daggerheart. Sam, why don't you tell us about Alchemy RPG?
Well, if you've been waiting for the best way to play Daggerheart online, it's here. Daggerheart is available now on Alchemy RPG, a reimagined virtual tabletop built for immersive and cinematic role-playing. Its scene-based structure empowers game masters and players to create incredible filmic stories together, working with Darrington Press, that's us, Alchemy, that's them, built an officially licensed integration from the ground up, including 3D duality dice, card support, streamlined character creation, an interactive rulebook, and more. The best part is Alchemy is completely free, and you can purchase the Daggerheart core book on the Alchemy Marketplace or grab the free quick start and play today. If you don't know, Alchemy is a virtual tabletop that doesn't just run a session, it stages a story with animated scenes, ambient sounds, and dynamic music that shifts with key moments. You create unlimited characters, games, and universes. You're not just playing a game, you're creating cinema.
Whoa.
To show you what I mean, I still have to read the call to action, the final part of this ad, but I want to do it cinematically. So I've invited famous European filmmaker Olivier Saint-Angelo-Lecroix to direct me. Olivier, please come out here.
Quiet on set! Not requires complete silence. Daniel Day-Lewis, Denzel Washington, Kate Blanchett.
Are those actors you've directed?
They wish, but I am too good for them. Now, I want you to perform these lines like your soul is bleeding from its anus, like a tragedy has befallen you, your family murdered, your home burned to the ground, your wife left you to become my mistress.
Oh, that's so sad.
Oui, cameraman, get closer. I need to see the emotion. And action!
Head to alchemyrpg.com/Daggerheart to purchase the Daggerheart core book or grab the free quick start to play today.
Cut! That was merde! With such a false performance, you will never even see or meet someone who has won a BAFTA!
There's like a couple of us.
Silence! Okay. We will roll again. But on this take, I need fury. Be angrier than the sun. So angry you will have made peace with it, but now you are angry at its memory. And you, cameraman, even closer. I need to see his dry, flaky skin like an old, stale croissant. And action!
Head to alchemyrpg.com/Daggerheart to purchase the Daggerheart core book or grab the free quick start and play today.
No, absolute garbage! I need cinema! And you give me middle school production of the vagina monologues where the kids are even allowed to say vagina. We will do one more take. On this take, I need you to channel the great actors of our generation. Steven Seagal, Tara Reid. I want Dane Cook level acting, monsieur. And you, cameraman, even closer. I want to taste the hot dog residue inside his disgusting
Action! Head to alchemyrpg.com/Daggerheart to purchase the Daggerheart core book or grab the free quick start to play today.
Now that was a performance. Yes. You will be the first person on this set to ever win a BAFTA.
No, I actually.
We've been saying like more.
Silence! I am spent. I must visit my mistress, your wife.
Oh, God, he's good! The easiest and most immersive way to play the Daggerheart Online, to play Daggerheart Online. Experience it on Alchemy today. Go to alchemyrpg.com/Daggerheart. I can't believe his mistress is my wife. I still respect him though. Matt, cut to you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God. Give us a little piano. Wow. Well, you said Dane Cook.
Dane Cook.
Man, Olivier.
Really got the Dane
You
Cook
were so
there.
good.
Yeah, your performance is a little more
Olivier
Dane Cook.
Delacroix.
A little change of pace here. We just announced our new Daggerheart miniseries, Age of Umbra Shadowlands. This new standalone series kicks off July 9th with me in the GM seat and a new group of characters adventuring in the dangerous, blasted lands of a dying world. Our players are Laura Bailey, Abubakar Salim, Jennifer English, Vico Ortiz, and Zachary Ronaldo, playing an extremely eclectic mix of misfits, outcasts, and survivors as they wander the wastes in search of answers. They'll travel off the edges of the map to a new land rife with secrets, wonder, and terror. And while Age of Umbra Shadowlands is completely standalone, you can dive into the world ahead of time by watching our original Age of Umbra series or by reading its campaign frame in the Daggerheart core set. You can learn more now at daggerheart.com/Umbra.
Nice.
Travis, I'm glad you could join us back at the table. I believe you have some announcements.
Yeah, welcome. We have more merch in the
regret this
No, I'm sorry. It's not about
It's like Flemish or Belgian.
It's something awful. You guys, we got brand new Daggerheart and Age of Umbra merch. Honestly, can we get some Umbra?
Age of Mumford.
You can head over to the Critical Role shops and grab the new Age of Umbra Umbies dad hat.
Yes.
A black dad hat with Umbies embroidered
It says Umbies.
in a super
Isn't that
cool
great?
heavy metal inspired
That's
style.
awesome.
Designed by Elena Harris, excuse me. Then there is the Age of Umbra t-shirt. Will you hold this up and make
Look
it
at
amazing?
this punk rock shit.
Yes.
It's so good.
Look at that. Featuring gorgeous art of the Season 1 hero standing atop a massive mountain-like statue by Anthony Jones, a.k.a. Robot Pencil. And finally, the Daggerheart Duality dice set is also here. The full set comes with 10 sharp-edged rhombic dodecahedron domain-inspired dice with swirling white resin and glittering colors so you can mix and match to build your own perfect duality set. Go grab yours now at the Critical Role shops. Get Laura back in here, because I am not as good at this as she is.
True. Thank you, Travis. Marisha, you're up next.
We cannot wait to see you all in Atlanta next week
Atlanta.
for our first stop on our Echoes of Exandria live show tour. You can join us on May 26th at the Gath South. What's happening today? At the Gas South Arena as Bell's Hells, including Robbie Daymond.
Diamond!
Delve underseas to combat a growing evil in Maelstrom Kingdom. Plus, we will be at MomoCon this weekend leading up to the live show, so stop by and say hi. For all the details, check out critroll.com/events.
Thank you so much, Marisha. I believe that concludes our announcements.
That's great.
I had someone the other day, by the way, be like, his name is Daymond, right? It's Robbie Daymond. And I'm like, no, we just fuck with him.
Yeah.
And they're like, it's actually Daymond.
It's working.
It's working. His name is Robbie Daymond.
I mean, I have him as Robbie Daymond in my phone, so
It's working.
that's his name.
This is good.
Impression by impression.
Manifestation, folks. We bend reality to our own Mandela effect. But with that, let's go and jump back into the world of Ahriman.
Folks, it's my delight and privilege to invite us to a big ol' heaping helping a critical role. We got what an adventure do we have in store tonight? We're going to pick up.
Don't do this.
Don't do that. Last we left off with our schemers. You had just prevented the assassination of King Augustus Valiant of Timony, and are witness to an assassination not being prevented, but instead canceled by one Photarch Yenessa Halevar, who appears to have resurrected herself with the beaming power of the light. Azune, you look down at the ground, still slick with blood from your sister, who you have healed, saved her life, and she has vanished using a dangerous spell glyph to disappear in this moment. Hal, you've rushed across the Arcanaut at the gala celebrating soon-to-be opening night of Kothera, your play at the Hallowed Round. Looking out and forward, you see essentially you defeated this minister in private combat that no one even knows that happened. They'll just see a shattered library. And you guys watched as an invisible spellcaster vanished. You guys watched as Myali Nayar vanished, but the dominate person was broken on King Gus's druid advisor. The Hounds of the King are back up. And I think you guys see in this moment the crowd looking at the radiant appearance of Yenessa Halevar descend as Felonius drops to his knees in reverent adoration of his mother. Yenessa Halevar looks out and says, "All shall be made whole. The beam reaches us all in time. This act of darkness and wickedness will not be allowed to stand." And you see that she reaches out to King Gus and heals him back to full health. Gus looks at her as people begin to weep and applaud. You look out and see some of the bystanders here. Many of them seem touched with a true religious zeal as they have witnessed a miracle. And for the first time since the Age of the Shapers have witnessed a resurrection occur. King Gus looks and she says, "Death has no place on the path of the righteous." And you see that Gus looks, Felonius says, "She has returned!" And a cheer from many of the faithful and some Halevar soldiers goes up. And Gus turns to look and says, "No place in the path of the righteous," and walks wordlessly away from the Photarch towards his fallen knight at the threshold, who was referred to as Car Brady.
The one near where we started our battle.
The one you started your battle near,
Okay.
who was had his throat slit by an assassin.
Okay.
Gus just moves there, leaving the interaction with the Photarch.
Okay. I'm studying. I am I feel like I need to roll for where my attention is, in a way.
What was his name? Cal?
Car Brady?
Car Brady, Sir Car Brady.
I'm staring down at the blood of where my sister was, and as this is happening, I'm going to rub my hand on her blood. I want her blood on my hand.
Yeah.
And I smear it on my face. And if after this I see Gus moving past me towards where his fallen comrade is, I watch him. I already know that he is a war veteran. I'm studying how safe he feels he is, or if he's still got his head on a swivel.
Give me insight.
14.
He has not sheathed his sword, and his shield's still in his hand.
Okay. I'm gonna stand back a little bit. I want to kind of observe him for at least a little bit. I want to observe his demeanor and in comparison to the crowd.
The crowd, looking around, you see that Yenessa Halevar has already moved into, she is an incredible speaker. And she says, "Good people of Dol-Makjar, those gathered herein to celebrate culture, stories, the fabric of our shared world." You see here, she looks at you, Hal, and smiles. Oh, you're disguised.
And I would say for the last 60 seconds, I have actually been subtly backing up.
Great.
And backing up and backing up so that I'm at the rear of a group of our hired hands who are here with us now, so that I'm not in a conspicuous spot.
Give me deception or stealth, your call.
It'll be deception.
Great.
That is, okay. That's better. For deception, it is a 22.
You fall back. You still have the mask of Osgra on. You see that Felonius looks out and says, "Mother, what has happened?" You see, she says, "Myself and good King Augustus were targeted by those who wish to extinguish the light and deliver this world into the clutches of demonkind. But we have seen that even those of the pit can remain pure. I am not frightened. Good and faithful people of Dol-Makjar. There will be more to come. We will uncover who has done this hideous act. But for now, my son, see to it that these people are kept safe. These assassins did not act alone. We will find their conspirators at once." And you see that Felonius says, "Everyone, masks off, no one leaves." You see that he looks over to you and says, sees you, Azune, in the room, and he goes, "Nayar, good man." And walks over, puts a hand on your back and says, Einfasen put you in charge of security here tonight."
Yes, I requested.
Good.
Security, yes. There was indeed an assassination attempt on two very important people tonight, and I'll wave Varen over.
Varen walks over. He goes, "Hello."
We, as the security detail, I'll turn to Felonius to emphasize that word. We, as those in charge of the security here, Varen, we need to have a small group with Yenessa. I will organize another group to escort Gus. We need to make sure that these two people are safe at all times. Felonius, you have my word. This will not happen again here.
Go ahead and give me persuasion.
Fuck. Do I take it? Do I keep it? Yes. I will. It is a good moment for me to use my heroic inspiration and reroll. I'll take that. That's 15 plus persuasion. That's 21. That's better than an 11.
We got an 11.
I erased the 11 with heroic inspiration. 21 now.
21 now. You see, Felonius says, right you are. You see, he turns for a second. On 21, he leans back to you and says, stay close by. I want you to know you have friends looking out for you. And he leads out. Varen splits off. Varen says, do you want me with Gus? Or do you want me with the Photarch?
I want you with the Photarch. Be very careful. I don't trust any of the Sundered houses, as you know that.
I understand.
I'll take Gus.
All right. He peels out and goes off with them. Felonius and the Photarch. You see, the Photarch turns and says, oh, Andrea, and kneels by the acolyte.
This bitch.
What's she about to do? She puts a hand on her chest. As people look, and you see that someone says, can you, a member of the Creed walks in and collapses and is weeping there, and goes, Andrea! You see that she goes, her task lies elsewhere now. She has returned to the light from which we all come. Before the light, Shaper and mortal alike bow in reverence. It is a pity that she has been called back to the source so young. She says, Felonius, and he takes Andrea's body and they begin to walk out into the grand hall with like all the party guests.
Wow. That's crazy.
You four, for the first time, you see Gus is with his crew just over by the entrance. Some of your magpies head over and are like surrounding him. These guys right now just have a little costume of like Arcanaud security. They're not wearing any of their bird stuff openly, right?
They do have the gold, right?
They have the gold.
It's all, each one, it would be very hard to figure out that that's anything.
We know what it is.
But this room begins to clear out and you see that rushing in Harondis Einfassen comes in and says, Lieutenant Nayar, you're just the man for the job. Can you detect what may have happened here?
I will certainly get right on that. Any arcane marshals that are out there, send them here.
I will do so at once.
I want to have been running a lot of... This felt like bad theater, and that felt very rehearsed. Did I get any... I want to insight check the fuck out of that performance.
Give me an insight check, yeah.
And you just showed up out of nowhere to us. We didn't expect you to be here.
13.
Well, you all knew that I was in the room with him. Y'all, I told y'all.
Back. Okay.
I think on that roll, you're looking and you can have whatever gut instinct you want. But I think that, you know, when you're watching bad theater and you're like, this fucking sucks. And then they do something and a roar of applause comes from around you and you're like, am I missing it?
And for the record, I am applauding the whole time. What the vibe of that applause is up to debate, but I am definitely
going along.
It's a miracle.
I gotta throw in a detail too. So the moment that a voice rang out saying like, nobody leaves, masks off, I'm at the back of a group of men and I'm instantly all the alarms are going, woot, 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 because I don't want to have anyone catch me out in this illusion. So I'm on high key alert watching things unfold. The moment she goes to do her grandiose healing of this woman on the ground and all eyes are obviously on this thing, there's no verbal to it. I cast Minor Illusion, and the illusion is of me flipping my, I've done this 100 times on stage, flipping my cloak up over me, and the illusion is the cloak I'm wearing coming off to reveal Hal underneath. Yeah. And that cloak goes onto the ground and sits there, and I leave that illusion hovering on the ground that no one's paying attention to, but in case one person saw, they just saw some guy throw off, and then by the time we catch up to this moment, I'm like, what happened?
Hell yeah.
I'm Clark Kenting it.
I love that. Go ahead and give me deception.
Yeah. 24.
Hell yeah. quick change. And Hal is standing there, and Hal, all that Hal's been doing tonight was standing in the gala, and then he walked somewhere, and the next time anyone saw Hal, he was with the crowd watching the goings-on.
And I'm with, I assume, like 50 other people going, what happened, coming up behind all this.
You see that Elodie runs up with Shadia and Hero and goes, Hal, is everything all right?
I don't know yet. Stay close to me, stay close.
Who do I have eyes on and as part of our team?
You are no longer invisible, correct?
Yeah. Correct.
So I think you've got your whole team in this room. You see Hal with his family. Azune is headed over to King Gus. Bolaire has been watching the Photarch like a hawk.
I'm gonna start with Bolaire, and Marie taps her nails against her teeth and goes, we need to have a team meeting immediately. And I'm going to then systematically try and deliver that to each of the schemers.
You deliver that to each of the scheme. Okay.
Yeah, it's like message after message, just like you see Marie in the corner, just kind of like tapping her teeth.
Great.
As she's trying to get everybody together.
You grab everybody as fast as you can.
I would tell my girls,
Yes.
I turn to Hero and say, find your mother. I want you guys to head out for the night. Just go home. We'll figure things out. If you see anyone in the troop, tell them to leave with you, all right?
You see that Shadi says, yeah, I'll get the whole troop out of here. We'll get everybody out. The party's over.
I will approach King Augustus as a detail is.
You approach King Augustus. Okay. The last thing Hero says to you is she says, Dad, sorry. And she runs over and she says, Professor Magnesson, Master Lathalia, I checked on it. The records room is in a bit of a state of disarray, and I may need some extra time on that project.
I think that's understandable considering the force majeure that just happened tonight.
Okay.
No pun intended. Fuck.
I would actually say, why don't you just lock it up for the night, if that makes sense. Don't touch anything. I would prefer to figure out what happened there.
Honestly, Hero, it's a crime scene now, so lock it up.
Okay, yeah, I'll go lock it up. And you see that they run off.
I catch them again real quick. Come here.
Hey.
And I just give each of them a quick kiss on the forehead. All right, off you go.
Love you, Dad. And they all head out. You guys are left here. The room is drastically thinning out. People from the Arcanaut begin to come in and under the guise of like Varen and some of his other people begin to like get the bodies like examined. You see Grotto and Dala and other people from the Arcane Marshals are investigating. Right. You have a moment approaching King Gus.
I'm still studying him. He still has a weapon in hand, still kind of on alert. Great. I will say to him, Your Majesty, I think it's incredibly important for you to make sure that you have not just your own retinue, but some of my men around you, myself included. Don't leave here just yet. I want to leave with you.
Give me a persuasion check.
8.
He looks and says, Don't leave, eh? You're the one providing security here, is that right?
I'm part of the security detail, yes.
I got some notes.
I will gladly take those notes. If you will be patient, I'll be right with you.
I don't need any security, mate. And you see, he looks around and says, actually, scratch that. He looks over across the room and goes, You!
Hi.
Do I recognize you?
Yes, sir, you do.
Were you at the Seven Stars the other night?
Your memory serves you well.
I'll never forget a face.
I reach out, yeah.
He puts his hands out and gives you a handshake. He looks and says, Oh. And you see that he reaches out and grabs your healing potion and hands it back to you. That's some quick thinking you got there. May I ask a question? To me, young lady, you are an absolute stranger.
Young lady.
And yet, you saved my life. Forgive the impertinence, but to what do I owe the honor? Are you from Timony?
No, sir. From the Sunset Mountains, but I think we might be aligned in more ways than you could possibly know, and I think it would behoove you and many other members in this room to maybe have a moment to compare notes.
He looks and says, I'll be acquitting myself of Dol-Makjar as fast as I can, but I'm very interested in anything you might have to tell me. I owe you my life. I'm to take my, and you see that he leans down and puts a hand on Carbrady's head. This knight is probably 19 years old. And he looks and goes, I'm to take Sir Carbrady home. And Druid and a servo will be, tonight will be for Sir Carbrady.
Hear, hear.
Come find me tomorrow evening at the Manor of Harving Bowsprit. He's a Timonish merchant.
Manor of Harvin.
Harving Bowsprit.
Bowsprit.
Harving Bowsprit.
We've heard his name. That's where he's staying.
That's where he's staying, yeah. He looks at you, says, Are you a warrior? No, you vanished from all sight. How did you do that? You broke something on my chest and I was done for.
I am a professor and a bursar at the Penteveral, but honestly, I would like to think that all women are warriors in our own way.
Yes, I agree with that, actually. Well, you see he turns over to Martin, and you see Martin looks up at him, smiling, and says, The hounds of the king owe you an allegiance that cannot be measured in but a single life, but all our lives to come. And you see that he looks up at the king and says, I have been saying that having some wizards around would probably be a good idea for some time. And the king looks down at Martin and says, yeah, point well taken. I'll see you tomorrow evening at Bowsprit Hall.
See you then. It's a date.
And he gathers up, he gathers Carbrady, and you see his druid sort of saying last rites, and they move from it. You see, actually, I think he turns to you one last time, Azune, before you leave. Because he saw whatever happened with Mayali and seems like very suspicious of you in this moment. But he turns and says, I do not think I shall soon return to Dol-Makjar. See to the security of this place if you can. You are the first member of the Revolutionary Council of the government of this city that has approached me with anything like urgency. This place is rotten to the core. And if this is the height of what the Revolutionary Council has to offer, you can color me unimpressed. And you see that he, having just survived an assassination attempt, walks out of here.
Do the security that I assigned to him, do they go with him?
Yes, they escort him. You see that they say, we'll escort him out of the building. And walk with you. Your guys' victory in that battle was so schemery that Gus does not know that Hal or I
haven't even taken off my mask yet.
Yeah. The only person Gus really saw or interacted with was Murray.
And I really don't want anyone to associate me with this event at all because of how public-facing I am.
Yeah. You guys are left alone, just the four of you.
My office.
God.
Now.
Yeah,
more exhausted.
Really?
Be on a sugar crash. Let's
Are
go.
we alone here?
You get to your office and are alone. Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say because we're not alone in the room. There's no one to even look at.
Your
Everybody's
office,
fucking
your
gone.
office, your office.
There's 4 entrances to this room.
There might be some
exactly.
arcane marshals that I assign to
Yeah.
like do some investigation. Yeah.
They're gonna find probably the stuff that if they'll find the invisible spell that there was telekinesis on the doors. They'll find all that stuff
The
is gonna
snap
come out.
glyphs.
The glyphs,
here.
yeah, the shattered glyphs are there. The different alchemical
There's no
stuff.
way they brought anything that they didn't want us to find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but things.
You retire to Bolaire's office.
Close the door behind us. Hell of a night at the museum.
Yes.
I hate being angry so much.
None of that was real. You all know that, right? Do you all know that?
I mean, start at the beginning.
Suspecting it.
When I saw that the Votark was down, I thought for sure that maybe I could reach through and I could see, and I was seeing everything. It was like I could see the grid, I could see the weight of space-time in this moment like I have before in the past. And I picked a timeline. I reached for her thread, and it wasn't there. She wasn't dying. It was all a ruse. Do you hear what I'm saying? It's so hard to describe.
What was the order of events? Did Gus get hit and she was caught in the crossfire, or were they there for her?
It appears to have been an attempted assassination on each of them.
Both of them.
She was in on this. This was her grand scheme to make it look like they were both targeted by a third-party force, but it was not. She was a part of this, and so was Felonius.
Was she hit by the bolt that went at her? Was it?
It was all an illusion. It was all a ruse. She did sacrifice her attendant.
Yes,
that
she
was real. But everything else was false. But she did it so that she could have an alibi. This was a genuine attempt on Gus's life.
You're sure about this?
Yes, I could see it. I could see it was like for a moment time slowed down. I could see the death. I could see all of the threads of all the death around us, but hers was not there.
Because she wasn't near death.
She wasn't near death at all.
Just because I'm having that day, I would have reset one of my spells because I can do that. Telepathy, I need to dig, if you don't mind. I don't trust this.
I'll allow it.
Yeah. Great. I go all the way in to see if anyone's been rummaging in there or if I want to see every
You
moment.
have to believe me. I feel insane right now. You all have to believe me, please. When anyone dies, when a timeline is set in motion, a stitch in the fabric of reality is placed. There was no needle in thread with her.
I believe you.
I believe you too.
I see it.
What does he see? Can he see? Like, I know it's like, this was
You're
my
casting
portents.
detect thoughts?
I have detect thoughts, so it's not like it's, but like, so I can, it's,
I don't know.
is it just sort of a.
You're not, it's not probing, you're just, and Murray's being very forthcoming. You see the grid that Murray sees, that feeling of a tapestry of weight and vibration and a gem-like ringing throughout the cosmos. And looking through that, you see Murray attempting to Murray has the ability to push fate in some ways, is aware of events of huge significance before they happen. And so therefore reached out as the Photarch was dying to discover that event was happening visually. It was happening to the naked eye, but it did not exist in terms of destiny, which means it wasn't really happening.
Yeah. She pushed for an invitation. She pushed for so much. And it was so unusual, and I didn't think about it. I was just so
There's some
distracted
sundered,
and irritated and
it's full sundered houses shenanigans happening, and she just created a room full of zealots.
Yeah, what a spectacle. What a spectacle.
What is happening here?
What is happening
with
here?
you? I have telepathy up. I'm sure this is a fucking, like, explosion happening. I'm not prying.
Yeah, Azune, you still have the blood on your face.
Yeah. I feel, I mean, if you're digging into my mind at all, then you definitely see that my focus is split. I'm trying to keep up with you all, trying to move forward with piecing together some sort of plan, strategy. We're working together, and then it keeps getting pulled back to blood on the floor and this person disappearing.
You called her your sister? Was that your sister?
Yeah, that's a conversation for another time. It doesn't...
I think that's a conversation for right now.
Very distracted.
There's enough that we don't know, that if we can know it, let's please know it.
Well, I don't know. Yes, that was my sister. I haven't seen my sister since the last day I saw my parents. We were gifted an opportunity, a way out from a different future, a dark and horrible future. We were handed to a group of mercenaries. We were children. I didn't make the cut like she did, so they abandoned me, and that's when Thiazi found me. But she stayed with them, and she still. I saw her face, and in it I saw something that I hoped I would never see in hers or mine if I were to meet her again. I saw the same hunger and desperation that I saw on my parents, and so I don't know who they were. Who was that group of assassins? That group?
There are a lot of players in this game. I ran into a Argosian down below. Got into a scrap, lost them.
Would I have recognized that the language that they were shouting was Argosian?
So
I didn't know the Argosians were aligned with House Halavar.
Well, I mean,
Are they? Or are they just hired hands?
A lot of pieces. There's an alliance that can be made between them. If Halavar is what we overheard earlier, King Augustus's accusation that they're fomenting some sort of uprising or something through their creed. Timony revolted against Argosia, and that's very appealing for Argosia to align with someone that wants to go against King Augustus, but I don't understand.
Could have been a gig, could have been revenge, could have been both.
I wonder how much they were fully aware of the plot. Or if it just looked like... if House Halavar was just opening the door for them.
I don't know.
If they're smart, they would have used their own people, but they're zealots. They would have wanted to use...
That's exactly what I'm curious about.
Real... They would have wanted it to look real no matter what, and they would have just assumed that their hired hands would be idiots and leave.
Anyone that wants to can make a history check.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
And also, just so you know what's bouncing around in my mind, I've already been comparing Yanessa's behavior to King Augustus and kind of comparing and contrasting that, but there's also, I know how a mercenary behaves when a mercenary is hired to do a job, as opposed to someone who has conviction in the assignment that they're about to deliver on. Is there any way to
give me an insight?
That feeling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
11.
Dirty 20. You remember in speaking to Demodus way back, he had mentioned one of the things he overheard the night he was working at the Palazzo Davinos he mentioned something about them talking about an Argosian delegation at the Stahlkeep, at the Einfasen estate in Dol-Makjar, that the Argosians were staying there. And that's where Ramina Roundtree works, is at the Einfasen estate. What do you roll for your insight? 12. It looked pretty professional. Everything you saw out there looked pretty professional. It didn't, there was a lot of, maybe the executioner, right? But you don't know, it could be that it was a gig on 12, but you don't know. You all begin to hear booming and shouting from the main hall up above, from the actual gala hall.
Booming meaning?
A voice speaking out.
Oh,
Voices,
okay.
yeah.
No. No.
Go get changed, obviously. Excuse me.
I grab Azune really quick, and I kind of grab him by the collar, by his lapel.
No one's gonna believe me. It is my hick-ass word against the photog of House Halavar. You understand this?
Yes.
The only other person who could potentially corroborate your story is your sister.
I don't know where she is. I don't know how to find her.
You better fucking figure it out, Azune.
How, Murray?
I will help you. She's the only one. She's the only one who got out of here. No one's gonna believe me.
I'm creeping out into the hall to try to listen.
If you help me find my sister, I will do anything you ask of me.
Attaching the wig as I join you.
I have another idea, and I'll tell you about that later.
I agree with Bolaire. I have been in this ridiculous, like, carnival Venetian crazy dress, so I'm gonna, like, take the corset off and kind of get a little bit more comfy.
Hell yeah. As you head out, sorry.
There's one thing I want to do. I'm gonna collect those broken glyphs.
Yeah.
Good idea.
I'm making sure I'm leaving with every one of those pieces with me.
Give me investigation.
Come on. This is deliberate. May I guidance myself as I start
you can.
to... Okay, first the guidance. 4. Yay.
Come on, baby.
Yeah. 24.
You grab every single one, and I'll tell you what you don't grab. There is no black crossbow bolt in that room anywhere. The one that was shot at the Photarch is gone.
Fucking knew it.
Hal, out in that main gala hall, you look out and see the whole attendant, minus your family and your troop that's gone home, gathers as the fallen acolyte is laid out on a table. The Photarch, standing above her, looks at the whole gathering here and says, "Honored guests, fellow citizens of Dol-Makjar, the Lux Andrea Tivoli was a kind, loving woman who walked always in the light. And now she is gone. This very night, king of an honored ally, a constituent kingdom of the Revolutionary Council, almost lost its monarch. And I myself was struck down. In death, I saw the truth, plain as the light of day. I do not know whom these attackers were, but I know the weakness that must exist for this to have happened. For these killers to walk in the light of day here in Dol-Makjar. Far from grace has fallen the Grey Tower. The Revolutionary Council has allowed lawlessness. Warlocks trade souls openly in the street. The dead walk beyond these lands. And the Council does not have ears to listen nor eyes to see. For this violence to have befallen us, their guests, members of the Chambers of Lords Advisory, visiting royalty. There is no shame in failure, but there is great wickedness in holding on to power when one is yet too feeble to wield it.
Oh my God.
I call today, as a member of the Chamber of Lords Advisory, and pronounce my edict as a motion of no confidence in the Revolutionary Council, and that they have failed in their duties and responsibilities. I pray for the people of this city, this land, and this world. The light will reach you. I will see that it does, that none of us might walk in the darkness alone. And that's where we're going to move to that's where we're gonna move to the Seekers. Let's get our Seekers out here.
Can I leave my schemers with one last word?
Oh wait, one last word for schemers.
As we're sitting on the outskirts of this and hearing all of this, I will quietly mutter to them, I know there is a lot of bitter gall to swallow today. But that lying old bitch did not count on you and did not get her fucking way. So take some pride in that.
Woo! Hell yeah, let's get Seekers out here. That's fucking awesome.
All right.
You can tell I think Hal, that is a weaker sauce than if Gus was dead.
To quote the great bard, you'll find a way to massacre them all.
She's gonna go and fucking tear up some pillows and break shit.
Riding out of the eternal night, you guys travel as fast as you can by horse and ride back to see Castle Torch once again come into view. As you approach, the gates open wide, and entering into the courtyard, you see none other than Sir Tonveld Kurzingblad walk up, who you had sent north with Aranessa. He walks up and he says, "Hey, Julien, Sir Julien, how is it going in the eternal night?"
Well, did as well as we could. There was some...
Oh no. And you see he looks at Gaia.
Yeah. Saramai valiantly gave their life to keep me and my companions safe amongst a challenged interaction with some dangerous creation at the hands of House Tugones. We also found the remnants of Head Ranger Beerus's troops.
No. The entire battalion?
Not entirely, but a vast majority.
What has happened? The dead in the night? What happened? Who has...
There is much to discuss.
We will discuss. He gestures to a carriage in the courtyard. A carriage of House Davinos is here. And you see he says, your lady mother awaits you in the keep. I brought Lady Aranessa north. We had ridden out no more than half a day when we encountered the rescue party coming for her. There is more to let her say, but there has been an attack on the Golden Orchard. Your mother is here. It is better for her to explain.
Very well, thank you.
I'm gonna go give him a little cheek pat.
You did good.
Thank you. I did my very best, and is your son
alive, but not there.
Oh, I am still the second best drinker at Castle Torch.
I'll show you a trick or two later.
He smiles and says, I'm glad. Okay. And he leads you up the keep, where you see Captain Luca, and by the fireplace, you see there is a tall, beautiful woman, just a cascade of curling dark black hair falling about her shoulders, wearing a deep forest green gown that fades into like autumn red. She looks forward and looks up. This is your mother, Maya Davinos. My son. She reaches out and holds you, and just starts sobbing.
And just hold her.
There's a long moment of pause. She pulls back her face, tears streaming down. Were you with him in his last moment?
I was. We had a disagreement, as we are wont to do, but I saw intent for amends on his face before he was taken. So take solace, at least in the knowledge that he left us with family in his gaze and with reconciliation in his heart.
I will miss him for the rest of my days. Is he... Do we know where he is, his body?
Unfortunately,
It's fine.
We had to...
It's fine.
I do...
Many things they have taken from us. She looks out and says, I now behold a lady of the old path. And for these others here, these are your companions? Oh! Octis Draconis. The Lady Aranessa warned me you might be here.
Yes, obviously I am. I'm very sorry.
Condolences are perhaps in order for you as well, although you seem to have taken it better than many others.
To a certain degree.
Well, we have much to discuss, no? You see that she flits a hand at Captain Luca, who looks up and says, we will discuss the Beauregard and what was discovered there later, and leaves. And Lady Maya is just here holding court with you. She looks at you and says, the orchard is fallen, destroyed, no more. We were attacked by many Draconis soldiers, monstrosities, and the horrors we saw there, I cannot describe. The orchard was unmade, but the attack was unsuccessful. They were slaughtered. We repelled them. I do not know for the life of me why they attacked. It was a suicide mission, a fool's errand. Perhaps to destroy the orchard, I don't know, but without the Lady Aranessa there, the magic of the place became unstable, and that was it. Is there anything you know that might illuminate this for me?
I'm going to put out my hand. Hello, I am Vaelus of the Mornvale.
She bows to you and presents her hand to you.
As I take her hand, I want to insight check her.
Yeah.
And I want to see if I cast guidance. Oh, thanks.
Cool.
I want to see if I feel true mourning from her.
Mm-hmm. Give me your insight check.
Okay. Let's go with this one.
Oh, that's so good.
So good. Oh,
No!
It's
okay, you can add a
D4.
D4.
Baby. What's that?
it's a nat one.
It's like we never left.
But what if you add the D4?
Add the D4.
It could be
The
so
D4 will
different.
definitely make a difference. Let me just see.
Yeah,
Give me a
hold on.
second, Brennan.
That was so definite in its rolling. It just went 1.
Sometimes it knows.
It's a 4 total.
4 total? This lady's fucking lying, man. She's fucking lying, dude. This she's not sad. Look at how mad she is. You can't be mad and sad. You can't be mad and sad.
I know. For 2 on trusting ladies.
You see, she goes, You have ventured into the Eternal Night. Is there anything you have learned of what the Draconis may have done? Why they chose this time to undo decades of alliance and treaty and seeming to dash it against the rocks for a senseless attack that was repelled, though at the cost of our home?
Mother, we have begun to untangle this tangled skein that they have left in their wake. House Draconis.
We don't know exactly what they're planning. It seems that even the rest of my family is at odds with whatever my father is planning.
You see that she looks out and says, Julien, I have taken up enough of this keep's business. Let us walk the parapet, you and I. I wish to speak with you.
Of course.
Anyone who wants to give me a perception check?
Yeah.
Skills.
19.
19.
23.
23. Thaisha, on a 23, you look out the window and your druidic senses tingle, and you hear a distant sound of feathers, wind. Nearby, somewhere on a hilltop nearby, you hear a massive eagle landing, and smell a familiar scent of like old plumage that Altraddler the eagle may be
I was
nearby.
gonna say, you definitely see me go, just mysteriously looking out the window.
Before you go, my deepest condolences for your home. I was only there once when I was small, but it was beautiful, and I am sorry.
Well, you must understand, Lord Draconis, that the Golden Orchard is our second home for the Davinos. We lost our ancestral homeland in the Shaper's War. The Eternal Night swallowed it up. But it seems with each generation we lose a new home. So, thank you for your kindness.
If I may ask, where were you when this horrible thing happened to your husband?
Where was I?
Vaelus.
I was in the orchard. Where were you?
I was with your son.
Oh, so you were in a whorehouse?
Vaelus.
Maybe you should wander back to whatever abbey you cry in. You have so many thousands of years in which to do it.
We have much to discuss.
Can I do a little inside check? I just want to see if this is a familial trait or if she's projecting a little bit. I like this energy. He's so on it.
Yeah, me too.
I get it.
I trust her now.
You see, she looks at.
Yeah, exactly.
She looks out and go ahead, give me insight.
Yeah, 16.
16. This is your first time meeting Maya Davinos.
Yeah.
She'll kill you.
Okay, all right.
She'll kill you.
Great.
And I say that as broad. If her personality was a billboard, it would have big block letters going, she'll kill you. Great.
I'm actually pretty good with that.
You see that she walks out and says, but if I can answer any other questions for the authority that I suppose died 70 years ago that you don't actually speak for anymore, let me know. And she says,
I think for the first time, Julien looks to you from across the way with for the very first time a look of, I'm sorry.
You did it. You got the first real apology.
You don't see it, but under the veil there is a very slight smile.
She leaves with Julien. The three of you are left in this chamber as well. Captain Phaedron is outside, but you also have just noticed Altraddler, yeah.
Altraddler's here.
The bird?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Which means probably people from Sean Garden.
Great.
Wonderful. Okay. You're
No,
You're
sorry.
doing great.
Sorry.
No, you're doing great. I'm gonna go see Drew a bear about a bird.
Yeah.
Do you want to come with me, or do you want to?
No, I don't. I definitely don't want to come with you.
All right.
I'll come with you.
I'm just gonna stay here.
We should consider whether or not, the Davinos sort of family resemblance makes it a little hard to want to share information. But I wonder how much Maya was thinking about what the goal for your family's attack was.
Right.
Repelled at what cost? Did they get access to something they were looking for? Sorry.
No, you're right.
Yeah. It just didn't feel like a good time to say it because she was being a very big bitch.
Yeah.
You know?
It may have been that the attack was... They're willing to sacrifice a lot of people to get something.
They have a tendency of liking to do that.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna wait for them to come back.
Okay.
You go talk to the druids. I don't think I need to have my presence shoved in their face more than they want to.
They like you now. We like sternly, but we like. All right. Come on. And I beat feet and kind of am hustling over to go.
You guys head off. You guys head in the direction of Altradler. Julien, you begin to walk the parapets. A wind begins to blow over the trees. The sun begins to set. Your mother looks out. Proud, beautiful. The House of Royce is fallen. Calowin is dead. Aranessa's brother. He willed you his horse, which was very kind. Your sister.
Is she?
The druid referred to it as Wraith's Touch. It is a curse or something along this nature, but my understanding is if we cannot discover the arcane focus with which the curse was generated and destroy it, that she will live out the rest of her life in under this year. She is vanishing.
Where is she?
She is at the orchard. Or I should say, she is where the doors to the orchard were. We are currently... the orchard, there was blinding lights, butterflies in the air, and there was no Royce present. Calowin had been off gallivanting on his horse. Word had reached us. He was taken down by one of the Knights of Ceramai, and horse came running back. Druid spoke with it and let us know that he was dead. The bracers were pulled off his body. Fairy horses escaped from the stable. There was a... thousands of fairies are now homeless, aging. And they cannot all be easily repopulated there. And the entire garrison of the orchard is now homeless. And you remember that the War of Axe and Vine was fought because Royce replaced itself on its vassal houses. We will now have a redux of that, where in... we will have to, once again, take homes from our vassals and use them as our own. And all of the betrayal and strife that that brings. So, Alba is resting. She is... it begins in the extremities. So, it will be not long before she cannot grasp things in the material world.
I understand, Mother. You don't have to go into detail.
I am trying to explain to you what has happened to your family.
I understand, but I cannot change it with what you say other than finding what is responsible, which I
You can't
will
change it.
do.
No. You can't change it now, Julien. The past 10 years, as we wallowed in absolute irrelevance, Alba's hands are missing. Yours is completely material, and there is no ring on it. That's what keeps a family safe. You think I'm lying? You and your father have the exact same mentality. He obsessed with virtue and you with family honor. The work of keeping this family safe happens with midwives and marriages, not on a battlefield. So, with Callowin dead, the last Royce is a 44-year-old woman who refused to remarry because her husband, a traitor pig criminal who turned his back on the noble houses, didn't have the decency to release her from that union. So now we are left discarded, disrespected, disemboweled, betrayed, ruined. Because everyone loves an adventure more than doing what is right.
Is Lady Aranessa safe?
Of course. She is back with her advisors, looking to and fro, trying to be so kind. Oh, we should listen to the Falconer rebels and what they have to say. We should heed this. I will rush to Dol-Makjar and try to rescue the man who disgraced me in front of the world. Aranessa has led our houses into obscurity, irrelevance, and danger. Now I know there is one person she will listen to, and that is you. So what you are going to do, Julien, is you are going to find a woman from Einfassen, Cormoray, from the Deradai Consortium, wherever you want, and you are going to marry her, and you are going to do it as soon as you can. And what you are going to do is you are going to tell Aranessa, in whatever words she will listen to, that she will wed either old Lord Cormoray or find a way to kill Cordelia Einfassen and marry Otto. Royce is over. There will be 4 sundered houses in not too long. And we need to find somebody to swear our allegiance to that can actually do the job of keeping us safe.
Mother, I will do everything in power to do what I'm good at. And I take the gauntlet from behind of my dead father and throw it at her feet and say, it is killing Taconas and not doing what you tell me.
She looks and says, then you will cast us into the reaches. You will cast us into oblivion. You know who waits for us there? Kill 100 Taconas. They will merely wait in the shadows for you to join them.
Then there is no way for us to win regardless. While you sit here and do nothing except for run from place to place, we are trying to make a difference.
Life wins over death, Julien. You deal in death, that is their game.
We can try and put my seed into hundreds of women, and they'll be waiting in the shadows to kill every child before it is born.
It's not your seed.
It is fruitless until we cut them off at the throat. I've already done it twice. Do not stop me as I'm rolling with momentum, Mother. I will cut them down one by one, and when none of them left stand, I'll return and I'll give you your fucking child.
As you cut them down, do you imagine it will bring my husband back?
If I don't do it fast enough, maybe they'll do it. Is that what you want?
You are a fool. This castle filled with commoners. They all have swords and they can all kill Taconis just fine. You have something more than a sword. You have a name. And if you won't value it, then it is truly already lost. You know nothing of family honor, nothing of sacrifice. You are a selfish, spoiled brat. I'm just glad Alba won't have to see it. And she turns to pick up the gauntlet off the ground.
It is good to see you too, Mother.
She holds the gauntlet, turns to you, and walks the other way on the parapet. What does Julien do in this moment?
Julien stands there and goes to find Alba. Or somebody who can get a message to her.
Mm-hmm. Heading from the parapet, we are going to move to Thaisha and Vaelus.
I bet they're having a better conversation now that they're alone, you know? Maybe it's just like the tension of the
maybe we just.
Yeah, maybe we were
she's
making
probably
her
really loving with
uncomfortable.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
It's probably was just the
Yeah.
energy that we were bringing.
Our vibes.
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
was our vibes.
It's, We have strong vibes.
We do.
It's
and that's good for us.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm still reeling.
Sorry.
She's so good.
Maya Davinos, yeah.
That was great. Oh my god. Have a baby.
Have a fucking get married
Get
and have
married.
a baby. Here's how you cheat death. Have a baby.
The only note I took, Cordelia Einfass.
Vaelus and Thaisha, you guys head out from Castle Torch into the sunset, and walking up, you see two figures walking down a small path from the hillside, meeting another figure in a small glade. You see Amida Toadstool is speaking with Hannon of the Circle of the Hunt, both here at Castle Torch. And you see there's a young lady in a deep blue cloak who removes the hood, and you see Ingrid Einfassen out here speaking to Amida and Hannon both.
Before we get there, you good with Hannon?
I'm fine with him.
Okay.
I don't know if he's good with me.
Yeah, he does want to kill you. What's
I
the
would
thing
like
he
to
called
see him
you?
try.
Well, yeah, he's not gonna. What did he call you? No, we don't have to bring it up. We don't have to.
No, Menelaus.
Okay.
Which means flower doll.
I don't get it.
I think it's something that the followers of Salandri, especially the sisters, are called. Because we just follow her blindly, I guess.
Gotcha. I'm sorry for asking you to explain that. It's not nothing. You don't have to shrug.
Thank you.
I got your back.
I got yours.
You guys approach this small gathering, and you see that Amida turns up and goes, "Oh, hello, Thaisha.
Hi.
Good to see." The lady Einfassen turns and says, Miss Lloy, Vaelus, hello.
So sorry we had to leave without. What are you doing here?
She looks at Amida and looks over at Vaelus and says, Is Sir Julien here at Castle Torch or Lord Taconis, Lord Optis?
Oh,
Amada turns and says, "You can share with the lady Thaisha." And you see, she goes, I know that you left in rather a hurry when Octus's older sisters arrived at Castle Klippenblick.
Oh, did they?
I don't know if they are related. It's just, for me, it was like either a coincidence or it's like, oh, the ladies Petra and Raya are here. And then it was like, oh, Lord Julien is gone. He didn't even say goodbye or when I would see him next time.
Fair. He is like that. Apologies. Continue.
You see in this moment, she's on a knife's edge. She's not sure if she's safe to talk about why she's here with you guys.
Comfort her. Just nudge you. I think I give you the little elbow and cast guidance. Do something.
You're safe with us if you want to. Tell us why you're here.
Give persuasion. Be so kind. Here we go.
Hell, you chose me.
You got
me
this.
to comfort her.
No,
You
for
got
sure.
it, Fearless. You got it.
You're so good.
You got it.
And you got that D4.
Your charisma's so high. You got this.
Yeah, your charisma. What are you saying?
Okay, that's not bad. What am I adding again?
Persuasion.
Persuasion?
Add a D4.
Oh yeah, and a D4. Okay, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
Great.
7.
Okay, great.
What we get?
Twice as good as last.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Let's go.
You see, she looks and says, That is very kind. Well, I suppose it is safe to say, because of course I'm in the company of spiritual people who wouldn't keep a secret. My family does not know that I'm here. I came to the Schongarten because my father, Lord Otto, has made his way west for a meeting of the Sundered Houses to occur in Dol-Makjar. The meeting is scheduled for Traders' Day, this coming Traders' Day, and she says, and I asked him if I should come along. He said there was no need. It was strictly business, and I said it might be nice for me to meet some. In any case, I asked if I could send, if he was sending a bird to the Golden Orchard, if I could send a message with it so that the pigeon would not have to make 2 trips. And he said he wasn't sending a message to the Golden Orchard, which got me thinking, why has House Royce not been invited to a meeting of the Sundered Houses? It's strange. And then I was thinking about all the things that I had heard from you, and I was thinking, this feels... the men were released. The Royce soldiers were released after your departure.
Thank you.
But I went, but we're not bringing them to the... And so I wanted to come and talk, because at the same time, my mother was petitioning for me to come to Dol-Makjar, because one of the people putting the meeting together is a young Lord Ethrand Taconis. And my mother was saying that I should really get to know him.
Oh.
And so I found the druids and have taken matters into my own hands, because I have met, I feel, actually, of people that I have gotten to know, I have really gotten to know Ethrand Taconis. I don't think there's any more getting to know him that I need to do. And so, jump on the bird, come here real quick, because I am seeing I am of the House of the Western Wind, and I can see where the wind is blowing.
Oh my God!
And so,
wow, she's great.
And so we have to, we have to make some quick decisions about who gets informed about what, so that I can have a different life than the one that I see fast approaching.
Yeah. Okay. That's
how old is she?
Fascinating.
Is Ingrid?
How old was Ingrid? I believe Ingrid is maybe like a year younger. I was like around Octus's age, I think. Was
so it's 20-ish.
20-ish, yeah. 20-ish. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And in a world where you've met Ethrend and you think Julien is a better option, I need you to meet more people. I'm just gonna start with that.
She says, "What? Sir Julien is extremely handsome."
Oh yeah, there's
that hair.
Is okay. Let's be clear. Very good hair. Have you talked to him for more than 5 minutes?
Yes, he has like well, how many minutes is more than a few?
Greater than 12.
No, I don't think we hit 12, but it's been like 3 to 5, like
yeah,
a
he's
dozen
solid
times.
in the 3 to 5. I get that. Anyone's great in 3 to 5.
Have you met his mother?
Not Ethrend Tacona's not. What's that?
Have you met his mother?
No, the Lady Maya Davinos?
Yeah.
Yes, she has a similar, when I look at Julien, I look at him and there feels like there is something inside that is like a pain that he has had his heart broken, and maybe and maybe the reason that he can be a little bit hard to be around is something.
You can fix him. I get it. I get it.
Fix him.
We've all done.
I wield the might of giants. I can fix him.
I know. My first great love was an actor. I get it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. We love a project.
Like a juggler?
I think he can juggle. What? I'm looking at the octus-shaped hole.
Regardless that but
he is here. We should talk.
Okay.
It's good that you're here.
Okay.
But for other reasons also.
Oh.
I like that you're taking your future in your own hands. That's very good.
Yes, I have struggled often in my life to be as I should, which is demure and...
don't do that.
I have been trying and can't.
Yeah, don't. Good. Reject that. You're fine.
Well, I am being counseled in matters by a member of the Circle of Ancients, and I will consider this spiritual advice to be pressing indeed.
Correct.
So, I should go speak to Julien to... I think I have been too subtle up to this point, and the time for subtlety is at an end. I presume, given your successful mission to the Eternal Night, that he is in a courtly state of mind?
I cannot imagine a better time than now. I truly can't.
Yeah. I think this is the moment.
Yeah.
Actually.
Look, the sun is setting. It's beautiful. He hasn't seen a sky that wasn't pitch black in so long. You know what? I think go make your move now.
I shall make it at once.
Yeah.
You see that she beelines for Castle Torch.
Oh, to be young and 20 again.
Amida. Octus. After that, so wait. Vaelus and Thaisha. After that, you look at Amida and Hannon. See, Hannon looks at you and says, "It was cruel. What you've done.
What was cruel?
It was cruel.
You know what was cruel? You being like, I'm here to fight. I'm here to have trees in my ribs and fight undead all day. We just fought like 1 billion undead. Where were you, little hawk man?
I was taking care of my circle with the news of what you have wrought in this place.
Okay, you're not a messenger pigeon. And we had to kill a lot of undead without you.
Well, You're certainly back now. Is the young Lord Ticonus within Castle Torch?
Yes.
All right. Amida turns and says, I was just giving the young Lady Ingrid a ride on Ultradler.
That's the only reason?
No. I wanted to come and talk.
Look, I just sent her off on something that I'm going to be quite upset that I'm going to miss because we have important things to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just checking to make sure you weren't like, yeah, this is what I do now.
Amida nods and hands you a small birch bark scroll. She says, I spoke to your grandmother.
Oh.
You have been called to Dolrunya.
I figured. Well, I'm gonna read this, not right now.
Is there anything that you have to tell me of what transpired in the endless night?
You saw and read so many more documents. Can you give a download?
Yes.
So many things.
I tell everything that I can.
Yeah, if you guys want to just tell me if there's anything you keep out from your journeys into the Eternal Night.
Unless I see you dancing around something, I'm doing the obnoxious thing, like you tell him, and then occasionally cutting you off, and like adding a thing a little too soon.
And I feel like I would give as much information, sort of looking at Thaisha for guidance of knowing that she trusts.
Yeah, Taisha's not gonna hold anything back, so.
So with that, I'm
you,
putting it all out there.
I think you spend the better part of the evening just unload. It's like circle of druids and a sister of Salandri here. It's a tense thing. You can see the druids sort of soften as they're going over it with you. There's one thing. I'll roll in front of the board. I'm going to roll a nature.
You know what? I will leave off the holly, like the locate object with the like holly twig. That'll be the one thing I don't mention unless, like, I'm not going to cue it. If you don't mention it, I'm not saying anything.
Okay. I think I would hold that.
Okay.
So everything about the Ticonus and what they are doing, I was about to get up and roll, and Aabria sniped me at the last moment. That's the mark of a great. That's the mark of a great. Except that one, the one that you're thinking about.
I do think, though, that I think after some time, after talking, I would feel, I think, comfortable enough knowing that they are druids that this is the time where I would bring this out for inspection.
The holly?
So, yes, the holly.
Okay. I'm gonna roll.
So we will roll.
Yeah, so
That's right.
yes.
Yeah.
We will roll.
I was like, I'm gonna let you have one secret.
You're looking for I think you're looking for a 12 or higher.
Okay. Come on.
17.
Ooh.
Great.
You see that Hannon looks at that. He says, I recognize that holly. He goes, you said you felt a location spell on it. Someone's crying.
Yes.
He looks and says, I've made no mystery of my feelings towards your order. The question you need to ask yourself is, given its secrecy, the Sisters of Salandri are known by a tiny handful of the world. I mean, it's obvious that you're faithful, but not what your actual order comprises or means to most people. How did Primus Ticonus know that there was a Chalcidian artifact in that abbey? Where would that have been recorded? He hands the holly back to you and says, I don't think the secrets of the abbey are given up except for willingly. And he hands it back to you.
There's no way.
They are a convincing group. And keep in mind what we saw, that compulsion. If one of your sisters would resolve to say nothing in life, there is a point in a transition at which they can compel many kinds of service.
As you meditate on that, Vaelus, we move to Octus inside
Don't look surprised.
Dr.
Talter.
I think you're there with Dr. Talter. But you see that Dr. Talter has gone over everything with Captain Phaedron. So goes over with him what happened to the Barrow Guards. That gets disseminated out through the Barrow Guard. And she comes over to you and says, well, what an adventure.
You did great.
I got my wish. Captain Phaedron mentioned to me that they can because she was no longer a member of the Barrow Guard when she died, that Dame Saramai's remains should be remitted to her family.
All right.
But they don't. That was not made clear to them. It seems that Dame Saramai may have been exiled here, so it's not clear that her family would be receptive to.
Okay.
So you're left with a bit of a puzzle, I'm afraid.
That's fine. I can think of something.
Walking into the chamber to see Ingrid Einfasen walks in. Oh, my Lord Octis.
Hi.
It's very good to see you. I was going to speak to. I'm not here for. I'm not here for any reason, or that I.
What a strange thing to say.
No. That I'm here to speak to Julien.
He is speaking with his mother right now out on the parapet. I'm choosing to say that they don't want to be disturbed.
You see, she says, all right, I will go and see if there's a window. And you see that she walks out.
Wow.
Dr. Talter turns to you and says, I suppose after today, I'll go back to the Shadowlight Waypoint and head back to the Totality.
Is that what you want?
Well, I was here pursuing a prophecy that was false.
Right.
And have instead discovered untold. Tanasar really should be explored. And the Totality could there are a lot of things to be learned there. Why is there?
I was just curious. You had a taste of adventure.
Oh, I was miserable.
Yes.
I was absolutely miserable. I saw death up close and I wish to never see it again.
Then you should probably go back out.
I don't think that your condition is the most exceptional thing about you. You experiencing a fraction of what you've had to endure, I fell to pieces numerous times. And you uncovered the riddle of a place whose entire reason for being was your family seeking to harm you. That's doing a academic final exam while being injured. It's extraordinary, and I find you extraordinary.
Thank you. I think it's just born out of not having a possibility of doing anything else.
If you ever need me, I'll be at the Totality in Arga. We would love, and if you ever want help, if you ever want to discuss the condition.
Yes. As soon as I am done running for my life, I'm sure I will want to have time to actually think about what's happened to me.
The Totality is very safe. We have, God, we're funded partially by the Taconis.
Yes.
I'm putting that together right now. That's awful.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're everywhere. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm not going back to safety. I'm going back to more problems. Oh no. Okay. Okay. I will endeavor to keep you safe.
Don't say anything about me when you get back. Not for me, for you.
Oh God. How are we supposed to do good?
Yeah.
How are we supposed to do good work?
I don't know.
Do we have to? Oh.
In secret. Oh, there's someone you could speak to who could help.
Okay.
I assume they're still at the Pentavral. Murray Magnesson.
All right.
They are definitely not helping the Taconis.
I will reach out by manners clandestine and secure.
Yes.
Thank you, Miller Taconis.
Welcome. Get back safe. You're doing great with the magic.
Thank you. Give me an insight check.
Oh, terrible.
Terrible.
1.
Great. That one. Incredible. Not for the first time in his life, Octus Taconis lets a woman with a crush on him walk out of the room. Yes! And that's where we'll take our break.
100%. Hell yeah.
Since the day you first called on me, I have been preparing you for what now begins. Everyone is in danger.
Let me guess. A vague portent of doom with little to no explanation.
This realm is built on false gods. The old ways must die.
Who the are these people?
The usual. Death cultists, supernatural villains.
Classic Vox Mox. I did not miss the constant peril.
Vox Machina is here. Kill them all!
Ah, crap.
Most problems can be solved by punching.
When they can't?
You kick. Oh, I could get used to this!
2, 3, 4!
This has been playing out far longer than we knew.
Maybe it's a complete and utter coincidence?
We're not lucky enough for that. You cannot protect them all.
We're Vox Machina, and we don't run. It's time to up.
What the? Doc. In the span of 24 hours, you've caused unfathomable amounts of property damage and confronted a lifetime of internalized parental issues.
Welcome to Vox Machina.
Welcome to Weird Kids.
Welcome to Weird Kids. We are live from a ball pit. Can I take your order?
We did skeet shooting except with Molotov cocktails, which was great.
It's the mailbag!
Oh my goodness, it's a mail monkey.
Oh.
Okay. What is bologna? Feet and face? I will still eat it.
No.
what lies beyond they longed to know, the places where the maps don't go. Their quest to learn of time and space devoured them without a trace.
The dawning truth burned like a sun, hypotheses unwound, undone. Through realms unknown, the ship took flight, through ancient ruins, through beams of light.
And now, at last, an endless hall reveals the things that haunt them all. The final journey now begins. To go beyond, we must go within.
Unend Season 3 arrives April 8th, 2026.
New episodes available Wednesdays on Beacon, Mids.co, YouTube, and your preferred podcast listening platform.
You know what time it is, BBs. It's time for the Critical Role shop stuff. You can never have too many dice. Take it from me. Why not pick this up? It looked great on you. Make a hell of a fashion statement with this baby right here. You know what we say. Take a chance, roll the dice. It's comfy, it's cozy, it's perfect for you.
Oh, this is fine. I deserve nice things. It is for research. Please do not question me further.
Ooh, imagine a cozy night in with this on.
I would like to buy!
Finally, something tasteful.
Need more dice? These are nice. You know you want it. Go on and get it at the Critical Role shop. Na.
Welcome to Weird Kids.
We return to Dol-Makjar. Dol-Makjar. As our soldiers approach the city, it is a sort of bright gray morning here in Dol-Makjar. Your wagon trundles along and approaches a tall, spiring dam over the beginnings of the river of Roche. Roche sort of comes down and you see there's huge, massive sort of pylons that hold up a bunch of rocks in the case of a flood to like collapse and sort of seal off the river if the rainwaters rise too high. You see the road stretches and approaches a small gate. It's big enough for a wagon to pass through, but it looks like the wagons that come up here are more for like supplying the towers up here than some traffic or anything like that. As you approach, you see there are two members of the what should be Revolutionary Guard, but you actually see there are two just open sort of soldiers of House Einfasen up here that are wearing symbols of House Einfasen, but wear a cloak with a little sort of badge of the Revolutionary Guard as though they are sort of performing a function for the city up here. As you approach, you see one of the guards sort of hails the wagon as you're coming to the city. Who is inside the wagon right now and who is driving it?
We're undercover.
Yeah.
You're undercover.
Literally.
Mhm.
Which one of you guys is driving? You're driving.
I feel like Kattigan had his license suspended a long time ago.
Yeah, sure.
The
I'll
least
drive.
known person in the city. It's one of you two.
Yeah, I'll drive. Well, the least known would be.
All right.
Great. You see that one of the guards hails you as you're approaching and says, "Afternoon, sir. Welcome to Dol-Makjar. What brings you to the city?"
Just taking a bath.
All right. Sorry, you think you're taking a bath?
No.
You're saying you're in the back?
We're undercover.
I'm in.
Can you
your
like Cyrano?
hood.
Can you like
I'm
Cyrano
in
de
the hood.
Bergerac?
I haven't done anything. I don't know how we're swerving off the road. This is like the car going off the road and you haven't shifted to drive yet. You know, it's
Just talk, Kattigan. Just talk.
We've got supplies for the city.
splendid. Wonderful. To where are you headed? What business?
We're going to. Where are we going?
You're going.
You can't be.
You seem distracted.
Wait, where? I know cities. I know a market in there. What's the market that I know in there?
Sir Ogremock's marketplace.
We're going to Sir Ogremock's.
We're going to Sir Ogremock's, of course.
Give me deception. Give me deception.
Brennan just told himself.
Give me little boomerang. Kattigan, go ahead and give me deception.
This is a trick.
Give me deception.
Guide yourself.
I can't read that.
Guide yourself.
Oh, I got 4. I have 16.
Guys, you've had the longest break from the table, and we're shitting the bed coming back in. Okay, we are shitting the bed coming back in.
I got a 16.
A 16.
That's pretty okay.
You see that the guard looks at you and goes. The guard says, It's all right. Listen. You're a farmer, a trader?
Yeah, yes, it was my first day on the job.
I know. Listen, hey. Which one? I grew up in a farming village. I can tell you're nervous going to the big city.
Thank you.
You're nervous.
What's your name?
My name?
Yeah, what's your name? Make one up right now.
Johannes. How's that? This was supposed to be one skill check.
You brought this upon yourself. It's nice to meet you, Johannes. Thank you for your kind words.
Of course. Hey, keep your chin up. Farmer or soldier, we're all equals, all right?
You're a very nice man.
Stop talking.
Okay.
Sounds
great.
like it's going great.
All right, we'll pass you on through. And hey, by the way, where is Wulfric?
That's a good question.
Into the water. We're taking the city.
I would suppose it would be either trailing or off trail at some point. But is this like a narrow pass that he has to go?
Narrow pass into the city.
Oh, okay.
Is he in the wagon?
Yeah, I bet she's in the wagon. It's a good place for him.
He's
with. Good
point.
So Tayor, Wick, Tyranny, Thimble, and a wolf and a giant stone statue are all. You're in his hood. You see, he goes in and says, "Best of luck with your wares." What are you selling, by the way?
Perishable goods, mostly food and assorted treats.
What kind of treats? I love treats.
Apple pie.
Jesus. Well, I shouldn't check your card. I'm deathly allergic to apples.
This must be my... that's too bad.
It sounded like you were about to say must be your lucky day. But why would me being allergic to apples make you lucky? It doesn't make sense.
We don't have any apples.
What's that?
What do we do? Thank you for your
apple
help.
pies with no apples.
Thank you for your help.
Rethink it. And you see that you take off into the city.
We don't have any apples.
We throw the blanket off.
What the fuck was that? What were you doing? I don't know. They said I'd be the least recognizable.
Actually, human? What?
I'm not.
You have no skill.
I'm not good with people.
I don't want anyone to ever say that I did a bad job dressed like Octus ever again.
All the time for this. Did we make it or did we make it? We're here, we're in the city, we can focus on the future.
Why did you say we don't have apples?
I don't know what was happening. I got scared, okay?
You know what? You need acting lessons. And I know the perfect place. We should go see Hal.
Yeah. Well, we need to see how.
You head down through the city. As you do so, moving into Marud and then across the River of Rosh, big bridge. Once again, you're back in Dol-Makjar. Thimble, you're back in the city after everything, after revenge and going to Timony. And Tayor, you look out and see the familiar city as well. And there is a rising. You can just feel that there's a sort of hubbub. It's active, but it's tense here a little bit. And as you pass by, you're passing quite close to the Via Aurora, very close to the heart of sort of the Creed's power in this place. Yeah. Passing under the spires of the Cathedral of Light, of the massive Creed Cathedral, you see, moving through the space, you see there is a Lux of the Candescent Creed speaking out, going, "Our very own Photarch, risen from the dead, a miracle of miracles! All praise to she of the vision of the light! Let the beam reach you, each one and all! The luminous text appears to all of us. Have you not wandered in darkness long enough? Souls trapped in the Vale! Bandied about and traded by warlocks who would sell their souls for a brief glimpse at power before damnation in the pit. What would you call for? House Royce vanished into Fairy, and yet the Fae folk walk openly. Why have they not returned if the House of Royce has? What is it that your soul calls for?" And you see that there's a crowd watching this that has gone like completely silent, listening to this preacher. And as if in answer, you hear behind you, "Revolution!" And there is a blast of light, and confetti and juggling and stilt walkers as Shadia Fang cartwheels into the square and goes, revolution, action, betrayal, adventure, love, juggling, tomorrow night at the Hallowed Round.
Wow.
And you see... as you see juggling, dancing throughout, and she says, "Everyone, one and all, the seats have all gone in the main plaza, but you can come. There'll be fences abounding, and we'll have concessions for you. We'll be walking the crowds outside. It can be seen from the whole city. Come on here!" And you see she takes out these small little druid-crafted binoculars that are like gossamer, sort of like almost like transparent leaves on like these little opera things. So she's going out and just passing them out and says, "If you need to watch from a distance, this will help you see what's happening on the stage." And is just handing out.
I'm gonna fly down and try to grab one that she's passing out.
You go to grab one. She says, "The Hallowed Round, come on, Kotherai, opening the Thimble."
Shh. Don't tell anyone.
Oh God, are you okay?
I really shouldn't have come to you. You're like, everybody's looking at you.
I know, I'm in the middle of
Just
work.
give me one of the things.
Okay, how many do you need?
I'll find you later.
You get like an armful of these giant human-sized goggles. She says, "Oh, I'm so glad you're back. I'm sorry.
I'm not back.
Are you going to be at Dad's house later?"
Sure.
Okay, and you see that she goes, "Sorry, everyone, the play." You guys, you have these cool little goggles that are sort of like these druid crafted, and they're sort of like they're like opera glasses essentially. And you head off into the Arcanaut, and you arrive. Oh, so yeah, getting back into the wagon.
Wait, was that your grandma?
That she was talking about? Yes, but what does that mean? Is that part of the show? Or no, that was different from...
It was a different person, right?
Yes, but risen from the dead.
Listen.
By the way, that speaker,
super,
very, very good. I think
great projection.
Yes, and I'm sort of convinced. Maybe they do have a good point. I'm kidding. Of course they don't. They're evil, but still very excellently presented and produced, I thought.
Do you think your grandma really died and came
No, of course it's false. I just don't know what it means. She died and was reborn? Whatever. Let's find...
We have to get to Bolaire.
Yes. Wait, Bolaire?
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna go see
What about Hal?
Well, it's crazy that we didn't talk about this.
Where am I going?
We gotta drop off Sid.
Kattigan, you look behind you and see the guard from the gate running behind you saying, "Your apples!" You forgot.
Where am I going?
So we gotta drop off Sid. We can't go through the whole city with this.
Yeah.
Okay, go to Bolaire.
Sorry. Okay. You do like
oil slick.
Wick, you do see Hal's young daughter is in the barking crew here in the main plaza. If you wanted to peel off to find Hal, you could go ask her. But you're also welcome to continue to the Arcanaut with everybody else because you have Sid's giant stone body behind you.
If you hop out, just keep your head covered. We're right by your family.
Yeah, maybe I'll stick with you guys just a little bit longer. Yeah. All right? Yes.
Yeah. You guys arrive at the Arcanaut, and with that, soldiers, convert with schemers! Oh! We're gonna bring Luis, Marisha, and Tal out here.
Okay. It's some sort of a convergence?
Hal's got opening night tomorrow. So, at the Arcanaut, our schemers, after the events of the previous night, which was the gala, this is the day before Kotherai, Hal's play, and it's the day before the rumored meeting of the Sundered Houses. On that day, I believe you guys might have done some skill checky stuff, right? But Bolaire, you obviously have a ton of work cut out for you at the Arcanaut after this foiled assassination attempt. Azune, you are asked specifically by Herondis Einfassen to go and said there's nothing of more pressing importance than the potential assassination of the Photarch of the Candescent Creed. And Murray, because of your internship program that you set up, you have full license to work from the Arcanaut, which is sort of part of the reason you guys did that, is essentially that you always have a reason to be at either place.
Correct.
At the Arcanaut, is there anything you guys would do skill check wise that day?
This new day.
After
a long rest.
After your long rest. Everybody's had a long rest.
I have a list.
Okay.
You and your list.
I have a list. I mean, I'm on point for this investigation. Last night, I allowed my arcane marshals to do some investigating. I joined them, and I knew that we had more to pick up on this next day.
Hell yeah.
Particularly, I'm doing what we did at the Palazzo Davinos.
Yeah.
I'm picking up on whatever magical signatures. I have the broken glyphs. I have those already.
Yeah.
And I'm, picking up on whatever magical signatures we may pick up on that.
Give me an investigation check.
And since this is deliberate, I would have absolutely guidance to myself.
Oh, and am I joining you on this also?
Yes.
So I can also
help.
See how he guided himself.
Okay, so you're gonna roll.
I will teach you.
You're gonna roll this with advantage, and you're gonna add guidance from this.
I got, and Murray will be also here for support. I'll be back. I'll be back and forth.
Because we're trying to now clean everything up now that the clusterfuck that is the museum.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
A lot of management.
Guidance.
And then advantage.
And advantage. Oh my lord. That is. Oh, this is the die. That's a 15, right? That's the weird die.
Is it a 13? This is that weird die.
This is the one where we found. There's 15 here. Is there 7 underneath it?
Why do you have
Probably shouldn't use
That's
that.
a 13.
That's a 13?
Hang on, wait. Let me hold this.
I recommend a highly legible plastic.
Is there 7 or 1?
Pro tip?
That's a 13 because there's a 15.
Numbers.
Oh, good. Okay, so that's 13. That's fine. I'll still take it.
Jesus. These look.
It's
a 13, but they look.
13 plus 1. It is a total of 15.
15. It's a clean crime scene with a few exceptions. So on a 15, you're able to get the basics. The basics that you are able to find are that residue from that scent poison.
Okay.
And residue from the venom that they had on the blades.
Great.
On a 15, you can't do anything to help solve this crime, but you are able to make an association based on records from the Brethren Hall. The association you're able to make is these poisons have been documented as used in the city in the past. There was an attempt on a Revolutionary Council member's life many years ago by a woman named Toliana Skirshar, and she had collaborated with a group that was extremely active during the War of Axe and Vine, and then kind of went into hiding, but was rumored to still exist, called the Lana Strosa. The Lana Strosa.
Does that sound? Is that some Einfasten shit?
Lana Strosa is not Einfasten shit. It was this is actually from far elsewhere. They were actually from let me see here. Let me go to lore doc here. Boop, boop, boop. They were really active in Azir and Argosia during the War of Axe and Vine. They are they are an assassins guild. They were like a professional assassins guild who were notorious in the War of Axe and Vine, and then kind of vanished. And I think on a 15 investigation, Azune, vanished if you're an assassins guild means scarier, not less scary. Notorious assassins is not good, right? Like, but this corroborates with some, specifically something that, in the War of Axe and Vine, when there were warhounds from the Kingdom of Timony, this poison was developed, this incapacitating thing that works on creatures with a heightened sense of smell. And you are able to see that that name is what you get on a 15.
Great.
Lana Strosa.
In addition to that, there's a couple of magics that I've been made aware of that were activated there.
Yeah.
Am I aware of the dominate person that occurred?
I think if you guys compared notes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Can I assist him with any type of Arcana checks or anything?
Just because I'm can't find it in my notes at the moment. The name that popped up when we were doing that Arcana check, I needed to put what we're at the museum. I know. I'm trying to find it.
Which are
I know. Last game, which I know is yeah.
Look at notes.
Three lifetimes ago.
You're trying to do an Arcana check for.
Well, there's some of it I already know. I just want to know. I know invisibility was active.
Yes.
'cause I knew people that were invisible.
You compare notes, and the druid did have dominate person. You'll be able. That druid will probably be there tonight when you talk to Gus.
Okay.
Good. You guys are at the museum working. The carriage of the soldiers pulls up into the loading dock. Pulls up.
What
and,
is that loud racket? Sounds like someone's drunk at the wheel.
Coming upstairs, you see Hero Devian walks up and says, Master Lathalia, a carriage has arrived in the loading dock downstairs.
That can't be good.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to tell you when people arrived at the loading dock.
It would have been nice to know who, but that's fine. We can go.
I can go ask.
Is it one of the Sundered houses?
No, the guy who's driving the carriage does not look well kempt.
Let's go.
Your ass, dude.
Oh, you see. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So Hero goes like, just want to let you know. Okay. And she heads off. Sorry, I was trying to think if Hero had seen Kattigan before, and I don't think she had. Or
Maybe
didn't
at
make
the
a big
wake?
impression. Possibly at the wake, but I don't think Kattigan made a big point of introducing himself. Soldiers, you arrive here. Thimble, you've dropped off stuff here a million times before.
Yeah, I immediately fly out and start looking for Bolaire.
I assume all three of us are heading down.
Descending down.
Not go alone.
Thimble, you guys unite at the loading dock.
Holy shit.
What the fucking mess have you let me with? Where have you been? What has been going on? Why did you leave that letter?
Yell at me? You don't even know what's going on. We brought a fucking statue here for you to bring back to life.
I'm bringing a statue back to life. Is that what I'm supposed to do now? Is
Can
that
you?
how
Actually, it's really important. Can you?
Yes.
We have a lot of shit going on.
Yes.
Do you all understand what's been going on down here?
Even know
What did you figure out?
Why don't you stop yelling at me?
Taylor, what are you wearing right now?
Well, it's a little lacy.
What are you wearing underneath that?
Yeah, like the normal breastplate.
Can we see your face? Yeah. I beeline to this motherfucker who people have been asking about, and I take off my cloak and I wrap it around you. I'm giving you a hug, but I'm also covering your head.
Oh, thank you.
Tonight, for now, you are an arcane marshal, and you are not to show your face.
Arcane marshal, I understand.
Just don't talk. I'll do the talking.
Did anybody see you all come in? No, they've been looking all over.
They only saw Kattigan.
We have apple pies.
Oh my God.
Hello. Remember, lift with your legs. Can we try to get out of the car?
Yeah, we should check the street, make sure it's clear about
It's a loading dock, though, right? Are we undercover?
You're undercover. You're actually inside. This loading dock is in an interior, so there's a lot. The Arcanaut is like enormous cathedral-esque civic building. So the loading dock is between and under these pillars. There's like big open barn doors that open up into it. So you're hidden from the street in here.
Awesome. Do we feel comfortable, perhaps, going to my study? Is
Yes.
that where we should take? Oh my.
We're in cloaks.
Okay, so I don't know.
But I don't know.
Are they fine?
Yeah, no, they're. I mean, they're not fine, but they're safe.
I'm going to put them in.
Hi, I'm Nick Falcon.
Okay.
Just kidding, it's me, Wicander.
Put your hood back on.
No.
Oh, jeez.
We're going into the office now.
Let's go.
Everyone into the office.
Are we unloading?
Had enough.
It feels like when like a landmass breaks apart and different species evolve differently, except for genres.
Did I fool you for a second?
Not at all. Hi, Kattigan. See, the Shapers delivered me a nice tall glass of water today.
Oh, I remember you. Hold on a second, I got work to do.
We gotta get my brother inside.
Hey, does this fancy museum got one of those wings where a bunch of statues and artists put stuff?
Yes. It's a history museum.
Yeah. Let's go.
We go there.
Lift with your legs.
You guys should take him to your.
We're taking everything to my bloody office.
We're not helping with that.
You guys get this statue of Taliesin Pridesire all the way down to Bolaire's private office. You guys see walking. Yeah.
Can I go ahead of them really quick and just any students or anything? I'm just gonna be like, lunch break, and usher them away from wherever they might be traveling through.
You look over and see there's a very sort of reedy, gnomish student, as you say lunch break, who goes, nice! And then gets up and wanders off. They all go get lunch.
Clear in the halls.
And you guys get downstairs. Walking into Bolaire's office, you see sort of secret door opens down this spiral staircase. At the base, there's like a massive stone hand that's like the size of a colossus. There's like a mobile skeletal, weird winged bat demon shaped thing. It's like one of those things of like all the weird magical detritus of this massive museum is hidden away in this deep subterranean part of the museum. And Sid is safely deposited down here. The last time I think, Bolaire, you were down here was when the old lad's coffin opened up. But Sid is brought down here, and you see someone bearing a lot of resemblance to Tayor, but composed of stone. And Kattigan, you have that basilisk's gizzard, that sort of like the part you harvested from it in your belongings.
What can you do with this?
He's my brother. He was petrified by one of those creatures.
Well, they are terrifying, aren't they?
And he has a spell put on him.
Yeah, you can like
special
milk it or something, right?
Or something, yes. Murray, what do you think?
What do I get?
The tip of your tongue briefly turns to stone before turning back. That's the real deal.
Whoa. All right, yeah. That's a basilisk.
Yeah, we know. We killed it.
And there was also something done to the statue, and I'll say the quote, warrior, tell me true, do the dead draw near?
Would I know anything?
Yeah. As Tayor says that, the eyes gleam white, exactly like you saw in your vision.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, on what? On what? On what? Who?
When you have, Murray's had a couple big visions now.
Yeah.
There was one in which you saw white banners. Do you remember this one?
I remember the white banners.
A couple of really big visions.
Visions.
Conventions every week.
From your dreams. All right. So wait, will you say that quote one more time from Hero? Something Hero? What'd you say?
What?
Warrior, tell
reach
me
your
true,
senses.
do the dead draw near?
Yes. Wait, you said something totally
No,
different.
it was just an extra little. Don't worry about it.
This is horseshit, which came out of her mouth.
You just ignore that because he didn't say it.
Do the
dead.
Hell yeah.
This is basilisk issues with this statue, correct? This is a.
Yes, we fought basilisks. Hi, Bolaire. By the way.
Oh, I remember what it was. Sorry, it was the identify on the candle. The identify on the candle.
Identifying the candle.
Identifying the candle had
Yes,
the whole
that was
thing
it,
of the
yes.
Octus angel attacking the Golden Orchard, but
Yes.
there was an extra thing. There was a thing, a coda at the end.
No, wait. I have it. I wrote it down. Hold. Raise high the white banners. What was wrong in life, make right in death.
Yes. In that vision, you saw not only white banners, you saw, I think there were a couple other images that you saw there, but one of them was stone faces with glowing white eyes. As Tayor says that incantation, warrior, tell me true, do the dead draw near, you see Sid's eyes glow. Anyone who would like to can make an Arcana check for me. Arcana or religion.
You're better at
Religion, if you roll religion.
I'll do some religion.
If you do religion, I'll let you roll with advantage.
Great. I'll do that.
How about that?
I'm gonna do Arcana.
I'll join you in Arcana since other people are religioing.
Religioing.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Yeah, not bad.
9.
Not bad.
9, great. 15?
Ooh, that's actually
With
great.
advantage.
30-20 religion.
Oh.
30-20 religion.
Yeah.
What we got here?
For Arcana, it's going to be 26.
Ooh!
Arcana.
Visions.
Rolled an 18.
I see it.
On that dirty 20, you recognize this as a paladin's divine sensibility, something that you're not capable of doing yourself, but you are aware of that power. Some of your arcane marshals can do that. On a 26 Arcana, you perceive these eyes casting out, meaning that these stone statues can hear somehow, and they have been made to do this. consulting your vision as you look at the eyes out on that 26 Arcana, you believe that there is a field, like an aura of that sight radiating out from those eyes, and it stays there for quite some time after the eyes sort of fade back away again. That aura of vision is still present in this moment.
But who's
seeing? Vision?
Did we just say that out loud?
Oh,
yeah.
I throw my cloak over the damn thing immediately. It's enough of that.
Brother.
He hates cloaks.
He's scared of the dark.
He's scared of the dark.
Worry about the smell of that thing. It's been through some shit.
I have some pretty strong reason to believe that your brother is trapped by the
statue. Pretty fucking clear. Yeah.
Will you shut the fuck up for a second so I can get it out?
Do you have any snacks or anything down here? By the way, we've been.
I can get you.
I
can get you a lunchbox from one of the students.
Oh, really?
Yes. Give me 2 seconds. All right.
Thank you.
What were you gonna say?
I saw an army of stone statues alongside sarcophaguses with glowing eyes. I am pretty sure your brother is trapped against his will as an undead army for Taconis.
When I was Octus, there were the Taconuses down there. Hi, I'm Tyranny. I love your beard.
Focus.
The Taconuses, they said that if I were Octus, I'd be dead already. So I think that they killed Octus.
They didn't kill Octus. He's still alive.
Well.
Bolaire and I were able to bring him back. Well, he's something in between alive and death. He's... So the Taconuses are definitely creating some sort of purgatory type army that is walking in between realms, and they are enslaving souls, and it seems like maybe Sid is a part of this, and Octus was going to be... Okay, this is a lot. Are you guys ready for this? Octus was going to be resurrected as an anchor or a proxy for an angel of death.
Oh. An anchor!
What?
You ripped out the egg!
No, what is this?
It's paper.
Wait, should I read this?
Well,
we read it a bunch already.
Pretend we listen.
We really...
No, yes, you really should read it, but you don't have to read it out. You can read it out loud if you really want.
No,
blah, blah, blah.
Train of thought. Keep going. As an anchor?
Yes. Yeah, Octus was going to be one of the anchors. What?
Yeah, they were gonna, I'm pretty sure, utilize Octus as part of fulfilling some sort of crazy Taconis property in order to have a celestial, an undead celestial angel of death come and attack the Golden Orchard, and also
wait, Octus attacked the Golden Orchard?
No. He's okay. So you all left.
Yes.
You all left, and then there was a massive house on House Davinos. Have you all heard of this yet?
Yes.
Has anything made word?
Oh my gosh.
A mouse on a house of what?
Massacre at the house.
Massacre on House Davinos.
Royce's
My accent ain't that thick.
I think I'm not thinking clearly because some food would really help.
Can I? Yeah. I'm gonna peek my head out, and if Hero is around, I'm gonna be like, "Can I get a couple of little lunch baggies?
Little bentos."
The ones we brought for our lunch?
Yes, Hero.
You see she goes over to that gnomish kid who was so psyched, and he's licking his lips over a big sandwich. And she goes, "I need that," and swipes it, and he goes, "No!"
Hero's a bully.
No, not again.
I toss Hero a few more silver, and I'm like, "Go get some pizza pockets for everybody."
All right, who wants pizza pockets? And you see that she walks out. One, okay, and then she two, okay. You see that Hero heads out. I will also say at this point as well, Tara, you also, not only is there that letter, you also
I got the dwarvish.
Yes.
Runes, yes. I only wish we knew a dwarf.
And yes, we found Casimir.
And
he's fucking dead. He's dead.
How do I hug someone so much smaller than me?
It's
without
a
breaking them?
problem I have all the time.
Put your finger out and she will.
And then I grab my finger and squeeze you.
Oh, I kind of like it.
Murray, I also have this. And I'll produce the stuff with the dwarvish runes on it.
Okay, what am I looking at here?
I don't want to assume anything, but they look like runes.
No, I understand.
We found it.
Do we actually have that? We have
Right,
the
we thought it
physical
was sick.
page around here, don't we?
Do we?
Travis, I don't know if you've got
Do
it.
we need to comprehend language? Is that a thing?
If it's in your belongings.
Speak Dwarvish.
Oh, never mind.
That's
You
right.
should do that. Never mind.
Where'd it go? Hold on.
Maybe
You
it's
guys
on the
keep
table.
running this scene. I'm gonna
Okay.
Improv amongst ourselves.
By the way,
But we need to make a very the full download.
Yes,
You
your
grab
notes.
this page of runes, and Murray, you were able to read it. It's written in Dwarven alphabet, but the language is actually Obradai, which you were able to read here.
Oh, we were looking at it upside down. It was-
Obradai from the old.
Well, that's your first
Obradinian
problem.
Empire.
No, it's manga goes left to right.
Oh boy.
Flip the page.
You can read that out loud.
Okay.
Inside now.
What you translated, what this
Same-
reads as
same
to
time
you, Marisha.
Yes, hang on. Dwarvish. Runes. Go.
Do you have messages on your little messaging messenger there or no? Because I can send it to you in a message as well.
Oh, text me. I got my phone.
Okay, good. I'm gonna text it to you right now.
Okay. I sent a message.
Broken in this world.
Okay.
Except over Wi-Fi.
We haven't talked about his name.
Huh?
Oh.
We have to have a little brief conversation.
We have to have 10,000 conversations.
So much has happened.
We heard people in the city. There was a guy preaching.
Your grandmother faked an assassin attempt on her life in an attempt to also try and kill King Augustus.
King Augustus was here.
We met his hounds.
He's still here.
We just were at his house or his area.
He's here. They tried to kill him. We thwarted that attempt.
They tried to kill him, and he is a part of the family that tried to kill him.
Who is it? He is a part. Who is a part of a family?
Your family
Oh,
tried to kill King Augustus.
That's so your grandma. God.
And then she pretended to die, but she didn't die. And I know this because I could see the reality and see that her thread of fate had not yet been snipped. And she then pretended to be like all resurrected and was like, oh, look, a holy miracle just happened. And she did it in front of a bunch of like rich, influential people as like some false act of a holy.
To what end?
I draw my weapon.
To get people to the
you're still
Candescent
hugging
Creed.
me. Oh, we learned that the Candescent Creed is.
I still draw my weapon.
Did
you know it takes one hand?
I know. We're walking forward.
Did you all learn anything that we don't already know?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, we don't know
it
about
seems
the murder. Murray.
There's been
That
a
is
lot, all right?
rude.
Hey, we've been here holding down the line, all
We
right?
were off seeking revenge for Thiazi, who started all of this and succeeding. Thank you very much.
Tyranny fought a giant squid.
I was a doctor.
But you have been traveling with a member of this house.
No, you have to point. You have to point on the table. You have to point
this
on the
house,
table.
a member of this house.
Do you not want someone on the inside? Sorry, I
we
thought
need to know. Are you on the inside? Were you in on this?
I'm
What do you
sorry.
know? What do you know?
He
About
doesn't
what?
know
About your
anything.
family
He knows-
and what they were up to.
Azune, he's been gone
Azune?
for a week.
But did he go knowing this plan already? Hold
Azune.
on, we're trusting him too easily.
No, listen to me. He knows nothing. You, on the other hand,
Me?
he's an idiot. We all know it. What the fuck did you know?
I knew that the religion was a scam, okay? It was not my job to tell him. He learned that shortly before. I mean, we saw you right after he found out, right? Around the time we found out, and we skedaddled out of town. We have been working with them. We are not part of the Candescent Creed, but it is good in Dol-Makjar to maintain heirs.
But don't they want to kill you?
I don't know. I don't know how in trouble we
They've
are.
been looking for you.
Specifically
I am running
me? Yeah,
my
yes.
thoughts deep. I am scanning these two like they're like.
You are the lost
I am
prodigal
more
son.
than happy to make sure they do not make out of here
Will
alive.
you two guys give me wisdom saving throws? And Azune,
Bolaire,
give me a
I've
history check.
I've partied with you,
I've
man.
met you several times, Bolaire.
Oh, we are well beyond that.
What? Okay.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
I am reading both of your fucking minds.
What are we rolling?
Wisdom saving throw.
Saving.
Oh, saving.
A wisdom.
19.
19.
13.
13. So you're getting surface thoughts from Wicander and can read a little bit deeper into.
I assume it's just a Steven Universe episode happening in this one.
It's mostly pizza pockets.
I love you.
Salivating.
You, Bolaire, reach into the minds of these two. And
just let it happen.
Look at you.
And just discover I think that you see a degree of earnestness and a degree of certainly being nothing pings about the plans of Yanessa Halevar.
This one.
Tyranny,
this one is the one I really don't trust.
What's on Tyranny's mind in this moment?
Well, I'm mad that Bolaire's coming at me so mean because the last time I saw him, I was partying at his cool museum. Yeah, and you thought it was charming. I didn't say you liked it, but you thought it was cute.
What's the closest thing? Is it on a failed saving throw? What's the closest thing to a conspiracy that Tyranny feels like she's in?
I have the one thing that I have kept close to my chest, which is the Lux document, the Holy Order.
Bolaire, you get an image of Tyranny seeing the name Sharavi appear on a Lux's Holy Order.
That name?
Yeah,
the one.
Sharavi.
I walked straight into your face.
Right into your face.
Like the mask is scraping the nose.
I give.
God damn it! What do you know about Sharavi, darling?
That's my dad, darling. That's my dad.
I am seeing how terrified she is about anything I'm saying.
I don't think.
Document it, yeah.
I don't know, how afraid are you of your dad? Reasonably?
I am seeing if she has any. I'm trying to see. I'm tried to say the name to see if she's having any reaction to having something.
His dad is a hat.
To hearing something that I shouldn't know.
I don't know if Tyranny has made and Whitney, has Tyranny made the connection that Bolaire is basing that off of the Holy Orders?
The content of the orders? Well, I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
So I can't be afraid of it.
I think in this moment you are aware that Bolaire has seen that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm just seeing if it how much it panics you. I don't know. I'm looking for a reaction.
You're not gonna get one, but I'll say.
Well, I can hear it in my head, so.
Okay, we're communicating to him. You're not gonna get a reaction. Yeah, that's my dad, and
she's just pure chaos.
I know. Listen, it's not a secret that my family is involved with the Candescent Creed. Literally, who would be surprised by that?
She's fine. She's just insane.
I don't think that you need to worry about us. In fact, I think we are great assets to all of you right now, and our new best friends can tell you that we're actually pretty cool.
They are a giant liability. But I will say this. They have saved our lives in combat, and I owe him a great debt. So rest on me, Azune.
You trust him?
I do. He is well-meaning. I know his family has committed terrible things, but his intentions are pure. Somehow, I don't understand, but they are.
And imagine if you just found out your whole family was bad and a lie and your whole religion was a lie. All right, we're on the up and up. We understand.
Now imagine from our perspective, you leave and we don't know anything about what's happening with your family, and we start to uncover all of these terrible things.
Oh, yes.
We also don't know anything about that, and we've also been uncovering terrible things, and it's been an awful week for all of us, I think.
Your grandmother has set forth a political coup under the guise of religious altruism
Yeah.
and is now rallying an entire brainwashed force in all of Dol-Makjar.
And I
kill dogs.
And
she tried to kill dogs.
That's even
The
worse.
hell?
Met those dogs, yeah.
We met those
They're
dogs.
very
You know
cool.
they're people. I mean, they're dogs, but they're people dogs.
Well, they talk.
Yeah.
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 I can get us closer. I can get us in. I can get us on the inside and maybe learn more or possibly take people out. I know their ways. I know how to get into the villa. I know where they go. I know everything about the Halovars.
You better take some lessons from Hal.
I would like to go see Hal and at least get, some fake glasses and
What
stuff.
did your grandmother want with Hal, by the way? Because she's been wanting him.
Wanting him how?
I don't know. She just
Very
wants
obsessively
him.
seeking an audience. Well, she's been a fine promoter of the arts and trying to make his theater company.
She's horny. You know,
Maybe
Hal
she's
gets
horny.
around.
Have you ever considered that?
All I know is she wants the theater to thrive and be well attended.
She really.
I don't think you know shit.
I just said what I know.
We've been out in the world, and by the way, we were just in Timony, where the Candescent Creed is trying to get people to rally against King Gus. So we know all about this.
We
whole
understand that as well, actually.
We know.
Oh boy.
We have to figure out something that we know that they don't know. Yes. How about this? Bellows fever. Have you ever heard of that? Aha! You never heard of that, did you?
You're talking about like the pretty common like flu that can go around, right?
Which strain? The Omicron. Okay.
You all want to hear about these runes?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Oh, what about the priestly orders that I found? You have that still?
Yeah.
Do you
I have it.
Maybe they could see that.
They're
You
fine.
wanna- You want to look at it?
I think they know nothing.
What priestly? What?
I thought he'd read the runes. My brother is a statue.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
All right. Here's what it says.
But wait,
What?
If you read that, the brother will come back, and then we'll have even more people to talk to.
It's true. Do you want to catch us up about this?
I don't know. Yes, of course, read it. We need him back.
Are you ready?
Yes,
I am.
We're ready.
Do we have our hands in our pockets and our listening ears on?
Maybe
I don't
she is
have
the professor.
I am.
There's a professor in the letter.
She's a
We'll
professor.
show you the letter. It's important.
And an anchor.
I'm gonna read this.
And
damn
5
thing.
things that we think.
Shut up, Wicander.
I just want you to know that we know things too. It's not just you that knows. We know.
I could put him to sleep. I really could.
I'll make sure to get you a gold star next time I'm in my office.
He would
all right?
love that.
I would. Don't let them distract you.
All right, here's what it says. By 8 champions is born the sepulchral lord.
Do you know
Fiend,
what that is? Okay, keep going.
Fiend from Fae must their judgment part, and the living from the dead. Light must they wield to keep at bay the guardians of the Vale, and bear their lord forth unto the sea of Lacris, into the sea of Lacris, where the blood of old may give new life to rotted flesh, and summon forth the power of the living upon the dead. But lo, and be forewarned, should the mist know but a single mortal breath, the spell is broken, the Lord consumed by death itself.
Blood, that's in this.
Well, you're really smart. What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Well, in my vision, I saw a giant army with white banners under the command of this fallen angel sailing across a sea of mist. I'm assuming that this is the Sea of Lacris, probably in some sort of like nether realm in between now and then, where the blood of old may give new life to rotted flesh. That's the undead army that we've been talking about. Summon forth the power of the living upon the dead. More undead army shit, but lo and be forewarned. Should the mist know but a single mortar breath, so if a living person goes to this realm, the spell is broken, the Lord consumed by death itself. This is all what I'm just guessing.
I didn't.
Does that make sense?
I think you do know more than we do. Is this
Here's what I'm trying to understand though. By
Yeah.
8 champions is born the sepulchral lord.
Give me an arcana. I was about to say, I'm going to join in that arcana check as well.
Go for it.
Yeah. What would this be?
This is an Arcana, flat Arcana.
Can I
Give us a sepulchral.
As you start studying it,
Do I understand?
Sepulchral Lord, yeah.
Yeah, what about Lacris? Do we
Sea of Lacris? Anyone who would like to can give me a No. Give me an Arcana check for Sea of Lacris.
I think as I'm watching Murray kind of dive into this, I feel like at this point I know the kind of look on her face when she starts to dive deeply into her brain and focus. If I catch that, I would like to guidance her.
Okay, great.
You're gonna guidance me.
Yes,
How?
ma'am.
Hey, could I just in cases?
Yeah.
Cases.
What kind of challenge rating? What
difficulty?
What kind of difficulty are we potentially talking about?
I'm going to do a classic. 15 gets you a little, 20 gets you more, 25 gets you everything.
Always a fan.
Come on, Murray. Come on. Don't fuck about.
Unless I portend it.
Oh.
Unless we need.
Remember, you can do portent after you roll.
Fair.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. D4 first.
Yeah.
D4 first.
Yeah.
So
Because I can always
dash.
4.
Okay.
My Arcana is a +9. Arcana. So that's going to be +13 to whatever I roll here. That's good. That's a 16 plus 13.
16 plus 13
is 29.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Everything.
Plus the 4.
Oh,
Everything
29 Arcana.
and their jacket size.
on a 20 fucking...
No, I rolled a +4 on the
That
dice,
is,
so I added that
that's
to my
one
Arcana.
shy of the highest DC the game bothers to list. That gets you a lot. Looking at this text written in Dwarven alphabet in ancient Obradai was never written in Dwarven, which means that this is a cipher. It's written in it's like using Cyrillic to write English letters or English like sentences and phrases. And you look at this, the language is very archaic, but there's something kind of cloddish about this text. Like it's not a lot of poetry to it, right? It's like by 8 champions is the you realize this isn't meant to be beautiful poetry. This is actually ancient text. Like it's archaic language because it's from the past, but it's fundamentally quite utilitarian. This is written by necromancers of the ancient past, pre-Shaper's War. So this is not a prophecy. It's not a religious text. This is an instruction. It's a recipe.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
On that Arcana, by 8 champions is born the Sepulchral Lord. Fiend from Fae must their judgment part, and the living from the dead. Azune.
Yes.
What is that a description of? Fiend from Fae must their judgment part, and the living from the dead.
What is the inscription from?
Or no, what does that describe? Fiend from Fae must their judgment part, and the living from the dead is a description of a divine sense. It's a description of
you can determine them. It gives you that signature.
It gives you that signature, right? And then it says to keep at bay the guardians of the Vale and bear their lord forth unto the Sea of Lacris. On a 29 Arcana, you've heard of the Sea of Lacris before. There's stuff in the Pentafrel about it. One of the things that the necromancy department at the Pentafrel has tried to do, and that Octus was probably involved with as a student while he was there, is the underworld used to be a thin veil between Ahriman and various afterlives. It has exploded into its own geography. The underworld has expanded, and there are places within it. There are evens by some. The underworld, literally, as souls filled it up, it's like this used to be a post office box of like soul gets here on its way to the gods.
So now this is their dwelling place.
This is their dwelling place. And as such, it has expanded to become a realm unto itself. The Sea of Lacris is a theorized location with some tests having proved positive for it as the dwelling place of people who die at sea. That the Sea of Lacris is just beyond the veil into the tenebral reaches of basically being like the ocean of the realm of the dead. And you see where the blood of old may give new life to rotted flesh and summon forth the power of the living upon the dead. But lo and be forewarned, should the mist know but a single mortal breath, the spell is broken, the Lord consumed by death itself. On that last bit of 29 Arcana, they need people with the ability to detect, to part the living from the dead and fae from fiend, to guard the Lord on this journey, on this path to the Sea of Lacris. But if those guardians draw a living breath, the spell is broken.
Right. Okay.
So it's
got
all
it. Got it.
that's
Got it.
what
Got it. Got it.
And
Got it.
okay, does this connect at all to the river and
the river Gavzidra?
Yeah, the river Gavzidra. Like, is this? I know it's been rolling around in my mind.
Gavzidra.
Yeah, the river.
I don't think you can. You could potentially like rush to like the Gray Library or like go to your own text and try to research that and look it up. But for the most part, here in this moment, it doesn't seem to, because Gavzidra, is old Shaper shit.
Okay.
That's other shit. Like
okay, so this isn't
right.
Is not jogging.
In other words, all this necromancy shit, the weird part about it is for sounding like as old as it is, now there's an interesting bit of like your understanding or knowledge of this stuff is that the underworld expanded while it was like since the end of the Shapers' War. This is an ancient necromantic text that references the Sea of Lacris, which means there is something that references the geography of the underworld from the ancient past.
Back
and
in
that
post office.
Yes, back in his post office box.
And Elizabeth, one more time. Did you? What was with the 8 champions? Is born the sepulchral.
That's the part that feels the most like a recipe to you. It feels like for a sepulchral lord, you need 8 champions, and you guys remember a cart loaded up with statues.
Right.
-1 now. Oh, God, Murray.
you got taken.
Going forward. Oh, wrong accent.
Okay, so these.
But there's nothing in there that says how we get him back.
Well, so these 8.
But
they needed 8
Bolaire has
statues.
ways.
They needed 8 statues.
We must have ways of undoing this upstairs.
Yeah, reversing. Yeah, with this basilisk gizzard, you. I'll say this too. Go ahead and give me a Arcana if you'd be so kind.
Not that die anymore.
The 8 champions.
Those are the statues.
They need 8 statues to make
there we go. 20.
To make a
You could actually probably the deal is if you want to use this gizzard very inefficiently and just create 1 dose, you could probably have Sid out of here by tomorrow. However, if you took some more time with it and waited took a couple days to really do the process the right way, not quick and dirty, you might be able to make a couple doses of this.
How quickly do you need him restored? I mean, honestly, let's be fair.
How quickly do I need my brother back from being stoned?
Yes.
ASAP.
It would be nice.
It would be nice, but it would be fine if I could, not to make this quite as awful as it sounds, it would be much less expensive if I could do it a little more slowly. We might even be able to have a couple doses left over in case this happens again.
Expensive? This is his brother.
I wouldn't mind, but I will remind everyone that we did sneak into the city and that people are chasing them and now us, and we have brought something to your home. So as long as you're okay with that heat.
I don't think we have that amount of time. As I'm kind of like with Azune looking at this. If 8 champions are needed
Time versus preparation.
Wait a second.
No.
Just why?
Oh, I don't.
All right.
Very aggressive.
They really bicker.
We've had a
among
very long
themselves.
day.
We've had a lot going on.
sleep.
You don't understand. We don't sleep.
We're like a
we have day
well-oiled
jobs.
team.
Oh yeah.
Must be nice.
All
to
right,
have
look.
money.
Okay.
Anyway.
8 champions is born the sepulchral lord.
Yes.
Primus Draconis has been missing
Right.
for quite some time. I also saw Primus Draconis in my vision. What
was he doing?
Sailing across the sea.
Oh well, yeah.
But he is traveling to this particular location in the underworld.
Why do you say that like you knew?
Well, obviously it's him. Keep going.
I'm just saying, it seems like Draconis is probably on some sort of mission. If we break this spell, we might be able to thwart him because Draconis is due to come back tomorrow for the opening night of the play.
And he'll have a surprise for us all.
We should fix this. We have to solve this
I
immediately.
was already ready to.
I would also volunteer that if we bring my brother back, we might be able to get some insight into what they're doing or what their timeline is, because they will surely have replaced him by now.
Quick and dirty it is.
Quick and dirty.
Okay.
I mean, we can do a little bit more prep if we want, but we should do it before the end of the night.
It's either or.
I'll also say, on that memory, when you were thinking about the river Gavzidra, that does remind you of the thing that Hollis said back in Knife and Palette, which was specifically talking about a person who is present here in the room with you. If you remember, Hollis said his mistress was particularly interested in. Yeah. Amazing. You guys gathered here. You have this gizzard to undo Sid. Tayor, you look at your brother, frozen here. According to what you have just rescued from Castle Delani, this ancient spell, instruction that Murray has just decoded, with that hanging question of an ancient reference to a place that you might have said was relatively new. You look and see that there is a brother staring back at you whose fate was probably to journey forward into a sea of death. And you have to wonder how many others out there are just like him. We're going to switch it up. Let's go ahead.
There's so much to talk about.
I know. There'll be more. Let's get the seekers out here.
But I didn't get my pizza yet.
Big boy.
As the sun finishes setting over Castle Torch, Julien, staring out over the rampart, you find yourself. A shape walks towards you, and you see, removing her hood, the Lady Ingrid Einfuss. Sorry. Approaches you. It's crazy because everything's been building up to these episodes, and we've gotten here, and everyone is so giggly. I think we're just so psyched to all be playing together again.
We're excited. We're excited. We'll be serious at some point.
You see, Lady Einfussen turns to you and says, Sir Julien.
Lady Einfussen, I was not expecting to see you here. What brings you to Castle Torch? You are not here with your father, are you?
No, Sir Julien. I actually have departed from Riesengürtel as my father and mother have headed west to the city of Dol-Makjar. A trip he is very loath to make, generally speaking. My father communicated to me that a meeting of the Sundered Houses was to be called, and thinking only of the fact that a missive was to be sent to the Golden Orchard, I asked to send word to you there, because I knew that your journey potentially led in that direction when we spoke. And I know that you had to leave quickly, and that's fine.
Yes, my apologies. It's been a bit chaotic.
I understand. I said I would send a missive along with this one to the Golden Orchard for Sir Julien, and he said it would not be necessary, and I questioned what he meant by that, and he said that he would not be sending any missive to the Golden Orchard and that it was handled. A word that I took to be not an outright lie, but disingenuous. Or rather, in the manner in which my father tends to lie, he said the truth in a way that obfuscated the real meaning. There was a...
How recently was this conversation?
I believe that he traveled yesterday. He set out to arrive there to meet the Tuconis have agreed to a meeting there, and I do not believe the invitation extended to House Royce, and I believe that to be in defiance of my understanding of the nature of our house's alliance.
You're insightful. That is good. Keep that wit about you. It will be important in keeping yourself safe in the times to come.
Yes, it will be important to remain safe in the times to come.
Yes.
And it is troubling to think that I am I am possessed of some arcane magic and some skill with my sorcery, but safety is always of concern to a young noble lady.
Of course, especially if you have gone far from your family's confines.
I confided in the druids of the Shangarten, and we took Altradler, the old eagle, here. Sorry, to double back to what we were saying before about safety. I think what I meant to say was I worry for the safety of your noble house, and I worry for the honor of mine, and I worry for my safety in. I have not acted outside of my father's. He did not order me to remain in Castle Klippenblick, nor did he order me to not speak to those whom I keep in my counsel. But I cannot help but feel that he would be cross if he knew that I was doing this, and therefore, and the Taconis are murdering their own family.
More than theirs. He pulls out from underneath his cloak a bottle of wine that he had pulled from the castle earlier. Opens it up and just takes a big old swig, leans on the edge of the wall and kind of just looks out. There are old tangled politics continuously at work here, and we, the young ones, by comparison, are the first to be sacrificed in this endeavor. So you are smart to be following your instincts beyond what duty pushes you towards. That is good.
It feels of the highest priority to me to find the people whom can keep me safe and whom I would relish the opportunity to keep safe.
Good. Hands the bottle over to her.
You want me to drink from this leather bag?
Yes, please.
She takes half of it down, hands it back to you.
Impressive.
It is very warm.
Well, I apologize, I could not provide such fineries at the proper temperature for a lady of your station.
Thank you for the apology.
You're in the right place to be kept safe. Here, Castle Torch, you are surrounded by friends. There are many soldiers that I have myself personally trained who are here with both my mother and some of the remnants of those who would wish to maintain a bulwark against the evil that Taconis and its allies are continuing to push outward. So you, if anywhere, are as safe as you could be within this very castle.
That is not... The concerns I have for my safety are not immediate, Sir Julien, but rather the danger of a life misspent, or the danger of what comes not in the shadow of a given evening, but rather in all of the sunrises to come. The life is filled with uncertainty, and to be reliable, steadfast, I think above all else that we come from very noble houses. But one thing that unites us and even common folk is we all understand that life is built with family. Always. It must be. And while much of family is inherited, there is some family that you choose if it is prudent and amenable to all parties concerned.
He sits up for a second, looks out in the direction of where the journey towards Dol-Makjar will take him and his companions, and then glances back at Lady Iyengar and goes, "My Lady Ingrid, where I go in the days to come is not a place of safety. much to where it is quite dangerous. In fact, those of us who are willing to do what is necessary to keep people like you safe. I do not think all of us might return, but we will do what we can. But if I am to walk into that fire, it is only fair that we get to share some memories before the night is done. As Julien goes and takes her hand and begins to lead her from the wall and says, after all, who are we if not ones to seize the moment, not knowing when the next will come, right?
Give me a persuasion check.
21 on stealth for Pin to be watching this with my vision through his eyes.
That's going to be... I gotta pull up my skills here. Again. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Well, on a dirty 20, you see the Lady Ingrid blushes and says, yes, of course, it is. I didn't quite understand how what you were saying related back to what I was saying, but I would love to go on a walk.
Look, let us just learn a little bit about each other. I'd love to hear of your adventures for a bit. Let's find us a bit more wine. I have a long journey ahead in the morning, and
all right, let's get some wine. We'll talk. Some things about me. I am very skilled at embroidery. And you see, she walks into the evening with you. Vaelus and Thaisha, you have concluded. Brief. Remember what I said about the genres? The genre is different. Thaisha and Vaelus, you have concluded your talk with Han and Amida, and I think are walking back probably to Castle Torch, where Amida will speak with the Barrow Guard here about what occurred in Tanasar and beyond in the Endless Night. But walking back with them. Ashley.
I did want to ask a question to Hannon.
Yeah, go for it.
You had asked me if someone was with Thiazi and Thimble when they took the stone. I believe her name was Mara.
Oh, wasn't my understanding that Mara was with them when they took the stone. Mara is a member of my order who has gone missing. She has failed to, she has failed in her duties as a member of the Circle of the Hunt.
Okay. I was gonna see if that was another threat to follow.
What do you know of Mara?
I don't. That was the first time I'd heard her name.
She is Mara the Wing is a very proficient druid who, given her skill and abilities, was given a wide berth to disappoint us many, many times, and each time was given some more laxity. None are required to join our circle, but being within our circle does carry the responsibility of maintaining our traditions and long absences, use of resources that belonged to our circle for reasons outside of the circle's purview, and fraternizing with those that are marked enemies of our circle. She, several years ago, became the victim of a very potent, either a curse or an illness. It is beyond our ability to tend to, which is considerable. Her body was afflicted with a wasting curse because Mara possessed the ability in other forms to pass through the veil from life into death and back. She was the victim of a curse which is eroding her body. And as such, should she ever return to her body, will face death. She has remained in a shifted form for some years.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
I would normally not expose a member of my order, but potentially expelling her from the order is one of the first items of business I have if I find her.
What has she done to warrant that response?
As I've said, she's been warned many times. Items of extreme significance have gone missing without permission being asked for or given. She is I've had my fill of charming scoundrels. The price becomes high, past the point that charm can ameliorate.
I think Thaisha's just death gripping the note in her hand that she won't put away or open, and is just sort of wielding it like a little baton.
Amida can see that Mara's situation absolutely mirrors the situation of another druid, and pats you reassuringly.
She's sweaty.
She looks and says, Mara was years and years of repeated offenses.
Well, okay. Strike one.
Let's go see what that is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I hand it to you.
Hell yeah. You guys return to the castle where I believe Amida and Hannon are both outside. Amida turns and says, I will return to the Schongarten soon, but myself and Hannon are at your service, such as it is.
And I think there's something like clearing in the get the note in my hand, feel like a full adult again, and you're not in trouble in your house. Your grandma's not mad at you. What the young lady Eidenfossen said, a meeting in Dol-Makjar. Something is happening with these houses. They are making moves and culling one another. I think it was a mistake to lose our presence in that city.
In Dol-Makjar?
Yes. We've left the politics to people who care about those things, looking out into the distance for the greater work we could do, but I think we are missing the forest for the trees.
We needed to be something above politics for people. We needed to be a place that people could turn to for the answers that politics couldn't answer. I can't imagine if we had to do the work that we are engaged in doing, if we were jockeying for terrestrial power.
We seek to heal a broken world, and we're ignoring that all of the people that are here are a part of it. And whatever they're doing right now is as important as a Barodel, and I can't explain. I'm sorry, I don't want to get in more trouble, but I think I need to go home. My gut's telling me to go home.
Big bear paw goes out to take your hand. That is the voice of the world speaking through your heart, and you should listen.
If I'm wrong, I'm so sorry. But I'm gonna trust my gut until I know better.
Based on what you have told me of Tanasar, your contradiction of your circle's edicts may have saved the living world of Ahriman. So the gut feels like it's found its truth. I don't doubt you for a moment. The events that have unfolded here are of such significance to the portent of this world, and, if I'm being honest, our failures in our other endeavors so pointed, that I will tell you it is of concern to me, to Hannon. We can reach out if you wish for resources in Dol-Makjar. At the very least, at minimum, I know that the timeline of the young lady Einfossen is quite short. We could accompany you to Dol-Makjar if you wish.
If you could help get us back there more quickly. I wouldn't keep you from your other work, but...
It is as simple as making the request to Altradler. If you wish to go to Dol-Makjar, we will take you there as soon as it is safe for him to fly.
Thank you.
And you see that Hannon looks and says, I believe that Amida is best served attending to her circle. If you wish for me to come with you to Dol-Makjar and remain there so that you are not a lone voice speaking for the druidic orders of the world, I'm happy to do so.
I would be grateful for that. And I think I've heard some things about a druid matching the description of Mara in and around the goings-on there too. But I would ask for maybe a little faith. We can stray from the path and still find our way back.
I can accompany you. I will give you the space you need. And truth be told, and I mean this with all due respect, I'm not much of one for cities. So, if I am needed at a short distance, perhaps that is the best.
Okay, thank you.
It's one thing we have in common.
Give me a... No. He looks and says, I am sure we have much in common. Life is long.
Life is very long.
I'll go see that Altradler is fed. And you see he turns and looks back over his shoulder at you, having had this another moment of connection and confiding in each other. And give me an insight check.
Come on. You got it. You got it.
Let's go this one. All right. Let's see.
Penny?
Roll the penny. I got heads.
15.
There's a pained expression on his face as he turns to walk away. That moment of connection about a reality that both of you face becomes painful for him when he remembers what you believe. And I think that there is this horror in the moments where someone who you believe deep down wishes for those things that are dear to you to burn off of the face of the world. There's something painful when they pass the salt to you, when they open a door for you. Those tiny kindnesses become extra painful when something so profound cannot connect. And he turns to walk to Altradler.
Thanks.
Of course.
You guys enter the chamber with Octus.
You see, Octus, Pin is sitting in the center, and Octus is pacing back and forth, thinking like, he made it look so easy. I don't understand. He was talking to her, and then I don't even think she was talking about that, and then they just went off together. How did he do that?
He's putting it together.
I don't understand.
He's figuring it out.
Oh, yes.
Ah!
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Julien is off with Lady of...
Ingrid.
Yeah! I mean, oh, okay.
Great.
They went off on a walk.
That a girl. Okay.
Talter is gonna go back to the totality.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if
that's all happened here. I was just kind of here by myself.
You good?
Yeah. Julien is confusing.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, everything good?
Do you want to?
Oh God.
What is that?
Yeah.
No,
It's a scroll. Yeah.
I'll open it. You're not the only one with scary family. And I open up the wettest, just hand sweat parchment. Ooh, okay.
Waiting to see something written in your grandmother's voice. You see her script, her handwriting. Druid Thaisha Lloy, you are summoned forthwith to the Council, the Circle of Ancients in the city of Dol-Makjar, to share what wisdom you can about the events in which you have witnessed and participated. With a love unbound by time and the living world, Siva Lloy.
Well, that, and I read it out so you can hear it. That was clinical. I can't tell if that makes me feel better or so much worse.
From what I know about you, that was bad. She's mad.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about how mad she is. I mean, I am. She helped make the weapons that killed a whole ass god. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm more worried. I'm a grown ass woman too. It's fine. I'm worried what will happen with my standing when I don't show up. Because I'm going back to Dol-Makjar first.
You're not gonna go.
Well, I mean, it didn't give you a time.
Yeah. I feel like that one has like a subtle implication of de-ass yourself from where you are right now and get to Dol-Makjar.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just make the case that you're dumb and you didn't notice.
Or you
The Julien defense.
Yes.
Okay.
That works.
Whew, I'm in so much trouble.
Okay. So we're going back to Dol-Makjar. We're going back to Dol-Makjar, right?
I feel like we have to.
Yeah, of course.
We have to. I mean, it would be nice to pass on some of this information to somebody.
And I want to pass on to you everything that Ingrid was saying. Because I don't think we've talked since then.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Family meeting on Trader's Day?
Yeah, they're having a meeting, and that to disseminate, and all get their story straight on what happened to Royce.
Yeah.
To have a unified front to not have to explain to anybody what happened.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
We gotta tell everybody.
We gotta tell everybody.
Octus, making your determination that Dol-Makjar is the next port of call, you do see that Dame Saramai's body is still with you here.
Okay.
Fuck. What's wrong?
I gotta do something with the Saramai.
Do they not do things here?
Well, they're technically not of here anymore. They work,
You can give me a history check if you like.
Not bad. Where the hell is history? There it is. 20.
On a dirty 20, you do know that there is at the you don't know what her relationship with her family was like, but you do know that at least, I mean, it's it goes without saying, there is a really beautiful mortuary at Obermus Manor back in Dol-Makjar.
Yeah. Well, I guess if anyone's gonna get up a dead body into Dol-Makjar, it's gonna be me.
You wanna... Okay.
I mean, I don't know where else to put her. And she did try and save my life.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. If there's anything...
Well, hold on.
Can we help?
I mean, I just need to get them to a place. I'm going to, did we bring them in here in the
placed with us, or are they still? Is she still on the horse?
No, I think you brought her in. She's been later, and they're Tonveld, Cursing Bite, and others are paying their respects to her.
I'm going to also kind of walk past and pulling out a 2 copper pieces. I walk over and I place them on the eyes and cast Gentle Repose, and the coins sort of into smoke as the body is preserved, so it won't decompose further.
Thank you.
Preserve the body, Gentle Repose, and can bring her to Obermis Manor and to the mortuary in Dol-Makjar. Julien, you and the Lady Ingrid are going on a beautiful walk on the parapets, drinking some wine. She's, laughing and laughing at your jokes, and at a certain point she goes, I am having a very lovely time getting to know you. I'm trying to think of a delicate way to put this. I am a lady, true, of a sundered house. I'm Fasten, reign in Riesengürtel over the lands of Helvar. I find your face and body attractive. And I would love to move this conversation into a physical space, but
put my finger towards her, and I go, my beautiful lady, I have greatly enjoyed this evening as well, regaling you with tales of my victories, of your hilarious jokes.
You think I'm funny?
I think you are quite unique. But I do not wish for you to misunderstand. I would not wish to put you in an uncomfortable place. And to be perfectly honest, I am called by duty. So, I tell you now, I cherish this moment we had. And I get very close to her face, just like that very, within inches of the kiss moment, with my fingers right across her cheek line, and I look forward to continuing this when next I see you.
Okay.
Just know, wherever I am, I'm hoping to come back so we can share another slightly warm bag of wine. And all I ask is if you hear anything from within Castle Einfassen, or any of the familiar networks you have that could possibly prevent me from coming back to you, do what you can to let me know. Where we go is quite dangerous, and many forces work against us, the forces of honor. So I rely on you. Yes?
I will see it done. Anything I hear, I will find a way to get word to you.
Great lady. Thank you for your time. And until next time.
She extends her hand.
I take the hand and I pull her in for one light little kiss.
She goes, got it. And we're going to end it here. We're not going to make any promises or anything like that. About.
I'm a gentleman.
Yeah. Yep. And you see that she...
What if we all wild shape into a Caribbean crab?
You see that she walks away and says, "Till next I see you, Sir Julien." And you see that she walks out. You guys see walking through the main thing back towards one of the sleeping quarters is Lady Ingrid. She looks at you and says,
How'd you do?
I did my best. I couldn't tell if in the last moment I should say, "Do you want to get married?"
You played it cool. Yeah, you played it cool.
Was that the right choice?
No, you absolutely made the right choice. You're good.
All right.
Are you on a timeline? Are you on a timeline other than just generally trying to
Altrada does not like to fly at night, so I shall head back to Riesengürtel in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, you put a little iron in the fire. It's a smithing.
Do they have hot springs here?
No.
Okay. And you see that she walks off towards the dormitories. You see, Julien, in that moment, do you rejoin your companions or do you stay out and about?
No, I return to the chambers.
Cool. You guys are all back together.
What happened?
They've assured us that we have a mole with an Einfasen. What have you learned?
I thought that was gonna go differently.
Yeah, me too.
What?
She's cute.
I have more important matters to put my mind to. And besides,
Julien, did you lead her on a little bit?
oh, trust me, I could have led her a lot further. But I'm not that kind of man.
Oh, you're not?
Not anymore. He's changed.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't changed. I just know to pick a specific kind of person to put that sort of move on. Not quite the type to be diving into the hay bales with you, understand?
Ah, fair.
Hey, Bales. We gotta go back to Dol-Makjar.
How soon can we?
Alt Rodler is available to.
Right now?
It's a little dark. He doesn't like flying at night.
I'll have a lead.
Is the morning okay?
With sun up. And it'll be faster than horses.
And give the full info dump.
Yeah, they're gonna have a meeting.
Then done it is.
You guys head to rest, to head out the following morning with Alt Rodler. Yes.
If possible, before that happens, I do send off a missive to any soldier that may be. I'll ask around to find somebody who is set to return to what remains of the orchard and to Alba, and any of the, Aranessa and folks there to get this to Alba to just assure her that Julien will find a way to stop this curse that ails her, and that no matter where I am, I'm thinking of her, and just making sure to assure her that she has somebody looking out for her.
You see the Davinos carriage is preparing to head back north the following morning. Your mother came south purely to find you.
Of course she did. Which I find her as well before we leave.
You have this message to Alba with you. You see your mother there in a sort of higher area of this wooden palisade, quickly constructed castle. She is there with, you see a couple of fae. There's some fairies here with her. You see there's a beautiful fawn, deep brown skin, braids and small antlers coming off, who has a long bow over her shoulder. You see there's a small sprite warrior with a little beard who's leaning against a sword on the tabletop. And you see with a massive spear on his back, there is this translucent white who looks almost like a small little tuft of silvery hair of, if it's strange to say, almost a humanoid unicorn that has a small horn coming from the center of his brow. You see that Maya turns to you and goes, we'll have the room for 1 second. And you see that the fae, and you see that one of them turns out and says,
would you be willing to give a message to... No, you're not going to talk to Thimble. And then...
You're alone, correct?
Yeah.
I think I am.
Yeah.
Did they say that's Thimble's name?
Thimble's name, yeah.
I go, What would you have me say?
Twig's okay.
Twig's okay.
And that we miss her, and we hope she's okay. And that if she knows what we should do, she just knows the world a lot better than we do.
All right. Should I see her? I'll pass on the message.
The room clears and you are looking at your mother.
Mother. If you would be so kind as to pass this on to my sister when you see her.
She takes the message and puts it carefully on the table She loves you with all her heart.
Let her hold on to that. What do you know of this curse that has befallen her?
The wrist touch. It can be broken, but the spell does not live within her body. The spell lives within this item, and the item escaped with one of the young tacones who attacked this place.
Do we know what item this is?
It could be anything. We don't know.
Can I do like a little above table? If we did the like full dump, we would have mentioned.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, we would have mentioned that Mara.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like Mara may have had the same thing.
I will not mention that to my mother.
Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah.
Very well. I will keep all of my thoughts out to discover and uncover what this item is, who has it, and how to bring Abba back to us whole. And when I return, and the house that has laid us low is in tattered, flaming pieces, and there are no blades in the dark waiting to extinguish any attempts at continuing our bloodline, then I'll consider your request. But the snake must be killed, lest it will bite every child.
Your father is the greatest warrior I have ever known.
Second.
Your life does not belong to you. Not only. I will lose her before the year is out. And if you die in a dark pit somewhere, chasing headlong into danger because you don't like being alive, I will have lost everything I have spent my life building.
Mother, if I do not go, we are lost anyway. But without the chance of actually stopping this. And do not wait for others to do this. That's not what Davinos do. You know this.
Just go.
I do step forward and kind of just lay my hand on her shoulder.
She swivels her head into your stomach. She's seated in the chair. I tried to do everything right. I played the game I was told to play as well as I could. Aranessa, she has doomed us all.
No. The game is not over yet. I get up and I walk away.
You get to the door and you hear a sudden scuff of a chair and your mom thuds into you and holds you close and just spends probably a minute just breathing in your hair, just buries her face in your hair and just through the nose like she's trying to inhale your soul out of your body to hold on to some piece of you before you leave this place. Please don't die in a dark hole where I can't find your body. Please don't go somewhere dangerous.
I pull away and leave.
You leave. The following morning comes. You board the carriage of the Eagle Altrodler along with the Lady Ingrid Einfassen and Amida Toadstool. The tight carriage with the Bearfolk Druidess there. Hannon flies beside you, and Altrodler deposits the young Lady Ingrid back at the Schongarten. You see she looks up and says, I wish you all the best. Sir Julien, I shall see you soon.
I'm going to send a little message. Give him a favor to remember you by. I don't know why I'm whispering in the message, but I absolutely am.
Remember me by a lady's favor. She reaches out, she grows 3 feet taller, about 9 feet tall, and goes, a favor of the Lady Ingrid Einfassen! Boom! And summons a double-headed axe and hands it to you.
Oh, I'll marry her.
I'll keep her safe.
Wear it. You don't have armor. Wear it wherever you like. And remember me.
I shall. A gracious gift from a gracious lady.
Thank you. Great advice.
So good.
It's so big.
And with that, you fly to Dol-Makjar and make it there later that day. That's how Alt-Rodler works, baby.
Damn, so cool.
Where would you direct Alt-Rodler in the city? Where are you flying to?
Should we be sneaky? I understand that I'm bad at the thought of sneaky.
Right.
Because I started pointing at like...
Half of our group should not be seen.
And also bird.
Fair. Okay. Far side outskirts.
Yeah, we can walk up.
Yeah.
Far side outskirts. Looking at the map of Dol-Makjar, places that are safe, landing in the mountains in a place that has not been made safe for him is kind of tough with the carriage. He would be fine, right, landing on a mountain.
Yeah.
He's a big old bird. The carriage is tough. So, easiest places for the carriage, like landing in the city is going to be really tricky.
Yeah.
But you could potentially do down in the lowland. If you want to go to the far side, you could do down in the lowlands, like near Tintazi Wood, or like over there.
Yeah, let's aim for the wood. And what's our weather situation for the day?
It's always a little bit cloudy in Dol-Makjar, but you could.
Then I'm pumping out fog clouds just to try to give us a little cloud cover on the way in.
Like spells, or?
Yeah. I'm ripping ass.
That gets us there a little quicker.
We could potentially do if you wanted to do that, like some of the powers we'd been talking about. I'd be down with that if you want to do that here.
Shit.
Secret powers?
Secret powers.
Don't worry about it.
Or you know what? We'll unveil that later.
Yeah, we'll do it later. But also, yeah. But I'm down to burn like all of my high level spell slots to just give.
Yeah.
He's a white bird, and so we're just trying to like give him a little cover on the way in.
Big bird at night.
Big bird at night. How could you even see?
How do you even see
I had
a
a
big bird at
stroke
night?
on camera. And no one did anything.
Landing in the mist on the sort of far side of Lake Nahami, by the forested wood here. Amida turns, wishes you the best, and says, "Best of luck, Thaisha." Hannon transforms, looking at the wood and saying, "All right, I will remain here in the wood. There are friends that I can call to," and you see that some of the birds start to land around and different beasts. He sort of calls, basically using some animal friendship spells here, and says, "I have some companions nearby, and I have my own work to do tracking down Mara.
If you need to be someplace in the city, your friends can direct you to the massive red tree at the Lloy estate."
He says, and just points to sort of this promontory rock you've landed on and says, "If you send word here, I'll have it." All right?
Okay, hold on. Octus reaches into his coat and pulls out a vial and drops a piece of mercury and suspends it in the air, and then it kind of forms into a sort of a flat disc, and then it turns invisible, and he lays Saramai on a floating disc to carry them in with him.
Traveling through the Tintazi Wood, very disguised here in this big forest.
Is it okay if I leave that axe where we dropped? That was very cumbersome.
There's a moment.
Put it on the disc. It'll carry it.
Yeah, there's a moment. As you're going, you see the Amida, it goes, "So
Not
Julien,
in the
you
body."
forgot your axe!"
Right. No, thank you for the reminder. I will.
Nice axe.
Put it next to the not in the
There.
body. Just
I'll fleece it for something. Thank you very much.
It's a favor from a beautiful young lady.
Indeed, I've had a few of those.
You guys move through Tintazi. I'll say this, Thaisha, walking through the wood here into Dol-Makjar, trying to stay as secretive as possible, you do know there is one friendly place that you can get to through Tintazi without having to chance being seen or noticed in the city. The Hallowed Round. Oh. It's on the border of the forest.
Oh. All right, we're going into... Yeah, just follow me, and...
You don't just follow me, it's fine, it floats.
It's not about it. It's an axe and a bot. Props for the show. There's been weirder things at the theater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go see a play.
A what? I put my heavy travel cloak and hood up to distract myself.
As you venture in out of the forest, let's get Liam out here.
Hey!
I'm coming.
I'm coming.
It's just a giant axe and a corpse on a disc.
The disc is invisible.
That's fine.
Hell yeah.
Where should I? I'll go on this side.
There you go.
On this side, gang.
Julian Davinos, I am unfamiliar with your game, and it is crazy. I love it so much.
I know.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
My politics are a little different than most people.
Yeah. I just like that she got bigger.
Yes. She panicked.
Yeah.
Hal, it's the day before Cathera.
Yeah.
Olgood has gotten a bunch of these druidic binoculars out so that people can literally crowd up on the streets and buildings around to like look down. It's like people that like go up into the Hollywood Hills to look at the Hollywood Bowl.
Right. What time of day is it?
It's like probably early morning.
Early morning of the day before?
Or the day before. Or like late morning. We'll call it like maybe almost noon. It's getting close to noon.
Okay, so at this point at the Hallowed Round, we're not doing an actual run through of any kind. People are scattered into different groups. Mm-hmm. So Inez Roundtree is reviewing some of the combat from the play, and the chorus are all off at the foot of the tree, sort of sitting together and like half meditation, half yoga, and but they're doing like Tuvan throat singing while they do that. People are just working on their own individual portions of craft at this hour, and Hal has a cup of coffee and is sitting in like the third row of the amphitheater, just drinking it in and trying to calm his nerves and enjoy the moment and compartmentalize.
Incredible. Go ahead and give me your persuasion, your profession check for today, doing your job.
Ooh,
go again.
Do your job check.
Right, that's my persuasion check.
Do your job check.
That is a 19.
A 19, fantastic. On a 19, everything is going according to plan. Show's coming together, and you look out and see. Actually, on a 19, go ahead and take another D4 that you will add to that roll. So now you have 2 rerolls and another D4.
Let's go.
Okay. It's in here somewhere.
You, with your cup of coffee, Shadi is out barking today. She's going to go up and hit. She said that she was going to hit Mirzash and Lugzash today. Hero is safe with Murray and Bolaire and Azune over at the Arcanod. Are you considering what the Photarch said to you today?
Absolutely. I mean to go there midday before. I'm hoping that I'm not going to die there. I'm going to go on the assumption that I'm not going to die there, and I will come back in time late afternoon for the beginning of a few hours before a proper run through to help grease the wheels, get everything in place. So yes, that was my plan for the day, for this day.
As you're having your coffee late morning, a couple of shapes. You guys get to the back of the Hallowed Round.
I hit him with Pass Without Trace, by the way.
Hell yes. The disc can absolutely go into a back area and be unseen. So, Hal, you see some figures emerging. Thaisha, as you walk forward, you see Olgood Akarat. You're like in the seats and you see Olgood down as Thaisha and her companions walk out. Those of you who would walk out,
I'm staying back.
You guys stay back. So
staying back.
I think just Thaisha.
They hate the theater.
You see, Olgood looks out and goes. Olgood goes out and goes. Thaisha, nope, sorry.
What's Pass Without Trace when a nosy old man can just hear you?
That's all in earshot?
Yeah, it's all in earshot.
I just stand up in the third row with a cup of coffee in my hand and just sort of gape at you.
How you do? You look great.
You're home.
I'm home. How are you? I was just gonna. I swat the coffee away.
It shatters on one of the stone seats of the amphitheater. He looks over his shoulder. Just stuff. Do I see the rest of your party, or are you guys like high?
We're like
you are passing without a trace.
We're in the outskirts in the forest. They're just waiting.
They're being gargoyles.
Are you back?
For now.
For
yes.
now.
Hi. Okay. Algar is alive, but we weren't able to find him. But whatever he...
So you didn't lay eyes on him?
No, but I do know that he survived the horrific prophecy that we saw multiple angles of.
So much. Maybe we should get out of here.
Do you have to just look down at yoga throat singing? Is that important to be here for?
Oh, they got it. So it's just you and me?
Oh, yeah. Flip off the gargoyles in the back and run away.
Is she leaving?
Wait, that wasn't part of the deal.
So you guys rush off. Sorry, wait.
I don't think we run, but I don't want to talk about any of this stuff and spook any of my my company. So I think we just start ascending one of the VOMs up the hill.
Yeah,
I think the rest of us were kind of waiting for your sign to come and join.
Yeah.
And as soon as you were start walking away, it's like, wait, no, I'm not gonna.
I shoved the body in the accident closet and close it. I'll come back to that later.
Once I hear you guys like, yeah, be part of a moment. Come on.
I wanted to give you a minute to look.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Hell
yeah.
You breathing?
Never again.
Never again. A lot of big changes around here. Everybody as you were. I'm gonna take early lunch. Let's take a walk.
You see Nevada looks out and says, "Early lunch, where are you going? Oh, I'll ask later, but get me something good." And she says, "All right, stay in your work groups. Boss man gets a lunch doesn't mean you do, all right? Sandwiches are on their way. They're running late, I hear."
It's called producing!
Incredible. You guys exit out of the VOMs up into a more private area. Where you have privacy.
Yeah, my notion of the hallowed round is that the performance area and the massive tree is what looks out over this massive stretch of forest and the lake off on one side too. So we're actually walking away from it towards the city. I think that is the layout
that makes
here.
sense.
I mean, we're just walking
the way
up the
I've
hill,
described it is that the stage faces that when you're performing on the stage, the amphitheater rolls naturally into the city, ascending the thing. So the city almost can be an audience for this stage at the base of the city. Right. So if you're going out the VOMs, you could potentially go out the ones on the side, which would go right towards the lake, or you could go up the steps towards the city.
I think we're doing that.
Cool. You head up towards the city, get out, and there's a concession stand. There's places you can find privacy up here.
I don't even know what to talk about. A lot of shit has happened here. A lot of people are coming in. We just got back Thimble and crew. Saw them at the Arcanaut.
Sorry, wait. Question for that. Would you have seen that? You might not have seen them at the Arcanaut. Does Hal have a way? Because that's happening simultaneously to this. So that's happening.
No, I'm just Liam's getting his radio waves scrambled.
Yes.
So does that happen at the same time?
Yes. The soldiers have got in at the north of the city. You're at the south of the city as the seekers arrive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So scratch that. Yeah. Instead, I'll tell you. We've had a couple of assassination attempts.
Of what?
Who?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with King Augustus. That would be one. And then the Photarch, sort of. That's complicated. Almost assuredly staged. Had its desired effect, I think. The Grand Dame of the Candescent Creed rose from the dead for the masses.
big show at our at the gala for this. I have to put on a show, so I'm trying to like split into two minds, but it's a challenge. Where you been?
Tanasar. Really quick. You're of two minds. This might not be the kindest way to put it, but it's been a busy couple of days. I've not known you to be embroiled in the intrigue of what's been going on around you.
Well, we all know some people don't do politics, but politics will always do you.
Okay.
And I think we're at about that point.
I'm sorry you're a part of it now. We have a lot to tell you, too.
What's the elf doing?
Vaelus has just accompanied these companions and is here amongst you all.
He doesn't know anything that's happened. I think he's still pretty wary of you, confused by this. I've had no time to process it, really, in person at least. So Iyengar,
As far as we have evidence of, he is alive, and the last he was seen was alive, but we don't know the location.
I'll take that over nothing.
But survived the conflict that happened in Tanasar with the barrel cart.
Everyone here did their very best to bring him home.
I think we need to gather up. Yeah. There are a lot of pieces that I don't understand entirely. Sometimes I feel a little along for the ride, but
Just gotta ride the wave. I don't think anyone ever feels really on top of it.
Murray and Bolaire and Azune, we need to map things out.
Okay. I'm here if you need anything.
Are you coming into the city?
Yes. Oh, also, that
Specifically swivels his head over.
I can make myself look different.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Do you know what's happened to my family here?
Oh, yes.
And you understand why it's likely best that I keep myself obscured as well.
I can make
like a
you look
wig?
different, too.
I have tons of wigs.
Yeah. We gotta hide those curls.
Absolutely not.
No, we're gonna. Come on.
Hal also has a flash of the crudely painted pariah blades in his mind as he looks into Thaisha's eyes. He just shakes his head. Not the time. Not the time. Too much too soon.
Hell yeah. I mean, there are a lot of also mundane disguises here. That's true as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got these two full-on wings that have been built into the sort of like the sides of the amphitheater that didn't exist in centuries past, and those are full of costumes and not the extra wigs with lice. Plenty of wigs. That's an inside thought.
Yeah. Nevada looks and says, "Don't get the wigs with lice. We're keeping the lice wigs in a box backstage."
Alex just goes, oh, and runs back the way he came, opens up the closet again, like puts the body in the axe in like a nicer. I was panicking. I'm sorry. Just talking to the corpse. Shuts the door again.
What are you opening? Are you opening?
You see him open the side door. Just
side door to what?
I don't know. Whatever he found. And
a building?
In the where we are.
In my theater.
In your theater. And there is in fact.
I thought like you were opening a door to.
No.
Nowhere.
No. And inside there is a corpse and an axe that he is placed in there a minute ago.
Okay. Add it to the pile.
Yeah, I'll deal with that later. And just, I'm not going to carry it through the city.
No, that makes sense.
Well, let's get you boys dressed up. Follow me. And we will then curve our way down one side of the theater and walk into racks of clothing. You can dress as almost anything. Think of the multitude of costumes that would be in an opera house, and they are here.
Don't have to wear a wig, though. I can...
No, you have to wear a wig.
Your hair is very recognizable.
Because it's so good and
We've
you're
got hats,
so pretty.
we've got cloaks.
All right, I guess it's time to roleplay.
You know what? I grab one wig off of its holder, and it's like a brown wig. It's like just higher than shoulder length. It's got sort of like a otherworldly 70s vibe, and I just start to tug it down over Julian's like black curly hair. It looks kind of like that, and it's in place.
Go ahead, give me a performance check.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can I provide the help action with like just gluing down the lace?
You can do a help.
Yeah.
You can do a help. You can do advantage there.
Okay. That's exactly the same. So it's a 16.
16? Great. 16. Julian, I think you've got him in something that would be normally reserved for like a wine-sopped older uncle noble. So it's like big opera, but there's like, you have like pillow belly and like it's, this one's had a lot of stage blood, and you see there's like a bunch of red scarves somewhere to pull out to be like,
This one was from Wine and Wassail.
I saw that one.
Looks good on you.
Sure. Thank you.
The time of day where you would probably want to start thinking of approaching the Photarch is getting near.
Okay, so
things that would be on your horizon would be Photarch.
Yeah.
Gus said he wanted to meet tonight, right? And then it's also like the standing 7 stars with the fucking schemers, right?
For our homework, yeah.
Yeah.
You will take care of yourself.
Octus waves his hand in front of his face, and as the hand passes, he becomes a sort of elven gentleman with long blonde hair and just exists looking completely different. It's easier to hide the eyes this way.
If you weren't dead, I'd give you an audition. All right. Let's get into the city. Why don't we go to my house? And you guys can wait for Murray and crew. Unless you have pressing business?
No. I mean, we need to talk to everyone, so.
All right.
There's a lot of information to get out. Let's go to your house.
I just wave at Nevada and just go,
Very well. Yes. All right, everybody. That's lunch. And you see that they are getting sight. You're going to head out back to your dwelling place with these 4 as well. Nevada comes up to you and says, Hal, I know you're going back home. Do we have any answer about Misha? I know he's under house arrest, but the show's tomorrow.
I'll think about it. It's risky, but he did put in so much work.
He put in a lot of work. He deserves to see it. Misha is under arrest for conspiring with a young lad to steal from Obrimus Manor.
I know we're outside, but maybe inside voice.
Sorry, you think that's my outside voice?
That's fair.
A whisper.
My boy, my outside voice would knock you on your ass.
I miss home so much.
I take her by the hand. We'll make it happen.
All right. I used to play summer festivals.
Yeah,
There
I
was
can tell.
absolutely no incline to the hill, so you had to shout loud enough for people to tell what you were feeling when they could only see the back of other people's heads. You couldn't see the performance at all. My dear girl, you couldn't see it at all. Just screen theater. You guys.
That's just theater.
That's just theater. You guys head to Hal's home. I know this is a beefy episode. We're gonna do a quick switch. Let's get everybody else out here real quick.
Oh, everybody join or everybody swap?
Join if we can real quick.
Oh,
you guys head to. Oh, sorry. I don't know that we're gonna have everyone at the same time, but I'm sorry, I missaid that. Let's get the people that we're going back to the Arcanaud. You guys are swapped out. I want to get the Arcanaud out.
Goodbye.
Incredible.
It's a recap.
Returning back to the Arcanaud in this moment with our soldiers and the majority of our schemers, we come together. You have unveiled a lot that you have rested. The soldiers returned not only with Sid, who was rescued, not only having defeated the treacherous Casimir Gavendale, but specifically come back with a huge amount of detail about something that Murray had seen only glimpses of in her vision. This recipe, this ancient spell, the Sea of Lacris, which has a sort of it's at least a proper noun. You go from being like there's a general thing going on where they're turning paladins into stone to being specific. There's something they are trying to do here, sepulchral lord. And you think of the vision you saw of those eyes going white in the white banners, calling the white banners, whatever the fuck that means. There is something afoot, the Taconis and the question of Octus and what happened with Octus. And Thimble, that is deeply significant to you, and you wondering where the fuck Octus is. You schemers, I believe, know where the Seekers were headed. You know where Thaisha and all of them were headed. And I think there's Gavzidra, the things that you heard about the mistress of that knife and palette pigments having to do with Wicander. And I think for you, Azune, you know that people have been asking around for Wick and also asking around for these Tayor. Yeah. We return to this moment. Bolaire, you think you will need if you were to just take this gizzard right now, you could potentially work through the night and have it ready tomorrow morning, but there would probably maybe be a con save for exhaustion there. Or you could work on it during normal daytime hours tomorrow and have it ready by nighttime.
There's no way I can split it half and half.
You could do half and half potentially, but it will still be already at the same time, right?
Because we're trying to basically like distill down this gizzard in order to make a potion to reverse this, right?
Yes. There's also the fact that King Gus wanted to meet with you tonight.
Yes, which is also that's very fair. But and not to throw this, is there a world here where metaphorically nine women can make a baby in a month?
Well, that's
Could I
what
get
I was
other
gonna
people?
say.
Yeah,
Like,
can we speed it up?
Can I either talk to Hero even, or even tap some of like someone at the Penteveral who is a potion
if you wanted to get the fuck out of here and head to the Penteveral with this gizzard, the Penteveral absolutely has the means to turn this into a reagent.
Or are our kids here? Is my question is can I get? Do we
You
have enough to do
specifically
it
told me
here?
that you wanted kids that were mid.
Yeah, the kids are mid except for Hero. Hero's okay.
Yeah.
You could pass it off to your staff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that way less running around, and that way also we don't have to involve too many institutions at once.
I know. I would be a little concerned about that. All right.
They know what they're doing, though, right? They're not gonna fuck it up?
No, we're very, very good at what we do here. And I would rather keep it in an institution that isn't currently being run by problem people.
Yeah,
we
he's
have
got a good
control here.
point.
Right, more problem.
The Penteveral's been a little compromised here lately.
So we're gonna do that.
You said Octus is alive. Where did he go?
He went with Thaisha and Julien, Davinos.
With Julien.
There wasn't a lot of options. They all needed to get out. And Vaelus.
Right. Where?
I think they went after Aligar.
Yeah, and trying to find out more about this Song of Nightstone. So I think they went up to the Silandri Woods. Savalier Woods is another universe.
Savalier Woods.
The Silandri.
It's a shared universe. I can just see the YouTube thumbnail saying, "Oh, can't confirm confirmation." They were headed towards the Endless Night. They were headed towards.
Where the elves.
Oh no! This was the old Oberdemian Empire. They headed east.
Oberdemia, that's right.
Okay.
Beauregard Castle Torch.
The noodle shop.
That's all you had to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know what that is. I have a lot of work to do.
We all
I
do.
have to.
Actually, we don't. We don't
Quick
have very
point
much
of
work to do at
order.
all.
If people are looking for Wick all over town, do you want to try to make contact with your family before they find you at Hal's show tomorrow?
I don't. No. What?
Why'd everybody go? Oh.
We are going to have to hide the two of you somehow.
Yes.
Pause. Hold on a second. Liam, would Hal have shared that he was expecting to go visit the Photarch? 9 people at the table. In your guys, when you guys post-assassination attempt were like comparing notes, would Hal have shared with these other schemers?
I would. At this point, they're all in with all information.
In that case, you 3 would know that Hal is planning to go to the Via Aurora today, probably in like the next hour.
Okay.
Thank you, Liam.
Yes.
So as they say that, you would that's information for you.
My question still stands.
I don't think I should go see my family without knowing what I'm walking into.
Well, sure, but if you're just showing up at Hal's show tomorrow, they're going to be looking for you anyways. And
Yes,
they're
but
gonna
they
be
won't
like,
find me because Hal has an assortment of costumes
Oh,
and
you want a
disguises.
disguise. Okay.
Well,
Does
I've
everybody
sort of
think
been
that's a
looking
good idea?
forward to it, actually.
I don't
know.
think it's a good idea, but
I don't think it's a great
sure
idea.
It's the best I've heard so far.
What? Which?
I think you should hide from your family.
Yes.
I think you're a key component.
With a smart mustache,
Okay.
possibly a funny hat,
Yeah.
some optics, some
I'm
spectacles.
sensing a montage.
Yes. Yes, I could wear a suit that makes my body a different shape.
Yeah.
Maybe some stilt shoes to make me a little taller.
All at once?
Well, I just want to make sure they can't find me.
Let him do it. If
Do
he
we
wants
know-
to die, let him die happy.
Do you have a way to get him into where is the show? The Hallowed. Do you have a way to get him in so he can disguise himself from his family, or is that an us task?
Several of us can disguise people. Yes.
Also, I could give them my box at the show so they wouldn't be discovered.
We also know a number of people that were interested in him.
That way he could wear
No,
it.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Do we think that she's really gone out of town until the day after the play?
Are we being spied on? Why are you whispering?
We were always being
We've been
spied on.
having a terrible time with people listening to our conversations. It's made us very paranoid. I do apologize.
Do you
it's been a
actually? This is a good question. Wicander.
Yes.
Do you know, as part of and for you too, Tyranny, this is very important. Are you aware of someone named Mistress Endeavor? Why do you have Mistress Endeavor? That can't be right.
The mistress.
Mistress's endeavor.
Hollis Kittywater never said his mistress's name.
Yes.
Never. Okay.
Just
okay.
referred to as my mistress.
Do you know a Hollis Kennywater? Either of you?
Where does one name begin and end?
First
Hollis?
name Hollis.
Okay.
Last name Kennywater.
Skinny, not Skinny Water.
Kennywater.
Kennywater. Okay. Do I know that name?
Not for the fucking life of you. Do you know that name?
What if I roll for it?
Give me a roll. Honestly, yeah, give me a roll. Hit him that 20.
18.
18 is pretty good. You don't know who that is.
What about Tyranny though? Because it seems like whoever owns the knife and pigment, which is where these paints were rendered from celestial blood and turned into like dreams.
Yes.
Paints seems like they are the same under the same proprietorship of the See No Evil. And they had like a little candle out, and they were definitely talking about how they have some Halavar connections.
Well, that's not my information to share, but it would make sense that they're using celestial blood.
All information is to be shared now.
Maybe. Perhaps. I don't know. I don't know what this paint is, but yes.
It's Wicander's. I'm gonna roll to see if I know.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
But
What
what do you know about it?
19.
Oh, give me a history check.
You're done.
I've never had a dog in here.
14?
On a 14, you've heard knife and you know of knife and pigment, knife and palette pigments. It's a place that Thiazi had mentioned once or twice, but you guys never went there together.
Okay.
But you know where it is, and it's interesting. I think so it's interesting to you. You know that Thiazi went there.
Yeah, Thaz went there.
Do you know, because they said your name, Thimble. Do you remember dropping off any type of payment?
Yes, Thimble, you coordinated payment for
6 amphoras of paint.
You got the money you moved the money around for Thaz to pay Hand and Wheel to make these big magic amphora that Thaz wanted and ship them over to Knife and Pigment.
Yeah. I made sure the payment went through.
Okay.
I moved the money around.
But you never actually made face-to-face contact with him.
Brennan, real quick.
Yeah.
How many, because we would all know this.
Yeah.
How many amphoras of paint
Are at the
ended
Hallowed
up
Round.
at the Hallowed Round? How many did we get from Bolaire?
From
6, I believe.
Okay. We got all 6. Okay.
We got all 6.
And what did they look like? These things?
They're giant. They're giant amphoras.
But full of paint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of just different colors, just normal colors, not glowing or anything.
Well, they've got illusory magic, but then doing a deeper dive into them, I was able to ascertain that they were rendered from blood, from it was a whole thing,
Blood.
from celestial
Yes.
blood.
Yeah,
And it created dreams.
Thaz organized it?
Yes.
Seems like it. Yes.
Okay.
And it had a similar signature.
I see
These
that letter?
paints and this energy, it had a similar signature, like magical essence, to the Song of Nightstone, but almost as if it's like.
Listen! Have you read this?
Nope.
No.
Let's read it a fourth time.
We've done a complicated analysis of this letter.
Remember, until a stable trinity of bridges are built, it is vital that the blood be protected. I trust that you have disguised it well in paint.
Shit.
This is a letter that came to Thaz, but I don't know who sent it.
And the letter specifies that they need blood, steel, and an anchor for some sort
which
of
the song,
ritual.
the Stone of Night song was the anchor.
Okay.
They were turning old arcane objects into something different, something useful now, because old arcane objects are tied to the Shapers, which don't do anything, right? They're useless now. They need people that can shift them.
That's been a consistent thread in what we've been discovering is old rituals that have no longer have the same use, and so people are taking them and making something different with them.
Do you know Bogri?
No. Who's Bogri?
He was at the Penteville.
We know something you don't.
I'll let you have this one.
He's lizard folk. He's from the Sunset Mountains.
Would I know?
Give me history. Give me a history check.
Well, our friends do.
Yeah, it's a natural 18, baby.
Nice.
25 total.
A couple of years ago, like pretty recently, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, lizard folk came by for a tour of this place who had a pretty big knack of personal wizardry, like had done like sort of in the way that you crafted your own message cantrip without any formal schooling. He had a lot of informal wizardry. Took a tour of the Penteville, and to your way of thinking, might have been a little rude. He was sort of like, he kind of came in and was like, so what you got here? There's some kind of, he's like, oh, you got some kind of arcane spindle, some kind of spinning wheel? Yeah, you can do that. I mean, it's sort of archaic. You don't have to, like it was a lot of.
So he was like nonplussed.
He's really full of himself.
Okay, great.
I think we made a terrible error.
Everyone, Wicander has something to share with the new people, and you better be nice to him about it, okay? Because he just learned this, and he wasn't hiding it from you, but it feels significant.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Just really briefly, the Photarch has been distilling celestial blood from a trapped and tortured angel in my basement for decades.
Yeah.
And also the celestial blood of the angel has been tattooed on my face and inserted into my body. And
Now be nice.
Rick, that was very helpful.
That is very helpful. That feels like
Thank you.
it may
A significant piece
be
of
connected
this
where this
blood is
paint and the
the
blood is
paint.
coming from, because the knife and palette.
They're doing some sort of light
Behind you, behind you see Hero, who you did not know was in the room, say, now that's something I didn't know.
Hero, get out of
I
here!
came downstairs because Lord Harandas Einfasen is upstairs and he's looking for Lieutenant Azune.
Oh. Hero, you're on basilisk duty. I'm very upset.
Oh, basilisk duty?
Wait,
you need to turn someone to stone? I
You're
can figure it
going to
out.
turn somebody. You're going to make a potion. We're turning someone.
I agree. Listen to
Takes the
Bolaire. You're
gizzard.
going to be put on trying to help the other members of the Arcanata in order to distill this into a potion. But Lord Einfasen is here.
I have to go.
Lord Einfasen's here.
It's super important. Lives depend on it, okay?
Okay. You see that she looks at the giant stone statue next to her and goes,
Yes, that's the one.
okay, got it.
And you're the only one who comes up and down into here for now. Everybody else just knows this is priority and you're in charge.
Got it.
Remember, you're getting, this is counting towards your credits for this semester. So if you
She's a
say
student?
anything,
Yeah, their student, but I don't know who Hero is.
she's very
Yeah.
smart.
No, you know, this is Hal's younger daughter.
This is here. Yeah.
She goes, Thimble, hi. Hi. Are you trying to hide the Lord Halovar?
Do you know where your dad is?
yes, I am. Yes,
Yeah,
they
he's
are.
at the Hallowed Round right now. It's the play is tomorrow night.
I know.
We were thinking about hitting the
Could you get me
costumes.
some costumes, some props, some disguises, some.
We could go to the Hallowed Round, or you could come to my dad's house. He's got some costumes back at the house.
Can I go? Can I go?
Let's go.
We do need to hide them, and they can't be seen walking around. That's after everything that's happened in the last.
No
8
problem.
hours.
I hit Mask of Many Faces and I'm Murray. Is this good?
Oh.
I'll do a different one. Octus again?
Don't
do Octus doesn't help.
Even bigger.
I'll figure it. We'll workshop
Don't do
it.
someone hot. Just don't do someone hot.
Do Octus. Do Octus.
Yes,
You were good at
everybody-
Octus.
Everybody who's currently a suspect
do
is hot.
Octus.
We just have
Don't
to
do
go anywhere
Octus.
else.
Octus is in a state.
All right, I'll figure. We don't have to figure it out now. We'll workshop it.
Hero says, "I'll take you back to my dad's house and get you costumes there." But I'm gonna go get this started because this has got to simmer for at least like 4 hours.
Actually, maybe we should we all just convene back at house? Maybe that's the way we should go right now.
make our way to
there's a lot of information that needs to be shared.
Yes.
We got to get the fucking pariah blades out of
I was
Hollis
just
Land.
about to
We
say
have to do
that.
that.
Keep
Why
it
did we
down,
do this?
Kattigan. Just kidding.
Kattigan is on the floor, on his back in a plow position with his ankles over his head, and he just says, "My lower back hurts when I sit for too long."
Speaking of too attractive, who's this delightful man down here?
I immediately get out of the plow position.
We are in
Hero,
so much
Hero's going to get you guys ready to go to Hal's home. You see, Hero says, "Should I get them out of here first, or should I wait for everybody else?"
We can get them out of here. Okay. We can do that.
All right.
You've got to. Do you need backup with the Einfossen?
No, I'm good.
All right.
We're gonna go deal with the swords
Yes.
right away. There was no way we could have known, but that is a terrible mistake, and we have to fix it right now.
Should I go with you? Or maybe some of us should go. What should we do?
At the very least,
We got to go the hallowed round anyway, right?
The swords? We'll catch you up on the way.
we need we need magic, information, and muscle.
We need Bogri. Do you know where he would be?
Why do we need Bogri again?
He's the hotshot.
From the letter.
From the letter. Read the letter.
You told me 3 times not to read the letter.
No, just.
No, I was gonna wear the
We'll divide into groups. Thimble, Kattigan with me.
So you see, Hero gets
My God.
Tyranny and Wicander to head back to the Rookeries.
Outfits.
You head upstairs to speak to Lord Einfossen.
I go upstairs.
Murray and Bolaire and Thimble, Taylor, Kattigan, what are you doing? Are you staying hidden down in the Arcanaut, or are you headed? You guys said you wanted to go to the Hallowed Round.
We need to deal with the antiques and antiquities we left in the prop closet.
And Tayor's
It's a problem.
brother.
Well, I think the statue's staying here.
The statue is staying here. Leave the statue. We are working on that. You all came in on a cart.
Yeah.
Let's take the cart to the hallowed round. You all get back under the covers. We're gonna go. We're gonna deal with the sword. We'll get you a disguise. Then we're all gonna round up and we're gonna go to Hal's house.
I'm going to Hal's house now, I thought, right? With
Hero's got you
Hero.
going to Hal's house.
No, Hero's gonna stay here and make the potion.
Okay, we'll go with you then.
Time is of the essence. She can't take
Okay.
a triple
We're
walk
sticking
across
together.
time.
Where is everybody going?
We're sticking together, I guess.
We're all gonna go to the
Hallowed Round? Okay,
Except me.
Except you. So you 7 head to the Hallowed Round. Azune, you head upstairs. Hero says, "All right, I'll get started on Basilisk." As you rush over there, you see, heading upstairs, Azune, you see Lord Einfossen waiting for you. He looks and says, "Lieutenant."
There's one thing I want to do on my way up as I'm going to meet him.
Yeah.
I've studied him. I've studied his wife. I've been studying their features.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Alter Self on my way up, and I'm going to ever so slightly alter my features, my jawline, my cheekbones, so it blends a little bit into them.
Cool. Hell yeah. I love that. Looking just a little bit more Einfossen-y. As you walk up, you see Harondis looks at you and says, "Lieutenant Nayar, how goes the investigation this morning? Have you discovered anything?"
Actually, yes, my lord. We, given other investigations that we've conducted, we followed a similar protocol, and we have found a couple of things that don't seem to add up, and it's a little suspicious. Where can we speak more privately?
He walks out with you onto the rampart of the Arcanaut, looking over the vast river Vrosh, tumbling through the city. And you guys have privacy.
It was quite a miraculous thing that many witnessed there. Would you not agree?
I agree. Is it true?
We did find evidence of some poisons that seem to have belonged to, we think, an assassin's guild that was active during the War of Axe and Vine. It seems to point to Argosia. But the magical signatures is interesting to me. It was really difficult to find anything that resonated with some sort of divinity. I found magical signatures that suggested illusory magic, enchantment, and necromancy.
Give me deception or persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in you.
Do I gain anything from... no.
Or from the altar self?
Yes. Altar self, my hope is to increase the sort of...
Familiarity?
Yes.
Kinship. Let's see if you're successful.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll.
I'm going to use a luck point.
Okay.
I'm just going to roll it here. Okay. I'm glad I did that. 21.
Ooh. Hot.
He looks at you and says, fascinating. There is necromancy, enchantment. Resurrection would be of the school of necromancy. I'm glad the investigation is continuing. I have not come here to speak to you of this investigation, but another.
Okay. Tell me.
That which was brought to our attention from your Inspector Grotto. We have taken those notes very seriously.
Yes.
We have heard that he has made a full recovery, which is excellent. We wish for his report to be brought to us firmly and for him to swear that he would be able to attest to that before the tribunal of the Revolutionary Council, if need be.
Of course.
His vision is circumstantial. It is a potent indication of wrongdoing that pointed us in, we believe, the right direction. But it is very... Lieutenant Nayar, tomorrow will be a very momentous day for this city. If you are aware of any criminal activities concerning the House Taconis, beyond what your inspector received in his vision,
yes,
we will need a report. And if there is hard evidence that you have access to of what may have happened at the Palazzo Davinos, or perhaps more importantly, what may not have happened at the Palazzo Davinos. Do you understand my meaning?
I do understand.
We require a straightening of the spine, and that requires hard evidence that cannot be ignored even in favor of political expediency. Do you understand me?
I do. And I aim to serve you to the best of my abilities, which is why I've been building a case to present to you.
I'm afraid I must be rude to you, because the timeline for that case that I'm very glad to hear you have been building has just moved up considerably. We need that case presented to us before our meeting, which occurs tomorrow night. Either today or tomorrow morning, we will need you at... And I understand that I'm making a request now. I make a request in a place of vulnerability to you, Lieutenant Nayar, because this report should not be made at the Brethren Hall. It should be made at the Stahlkeep with the other members of House Einfassen. Are you willing to entertain such a task?
Absolutely. I aim to serve House Einfassen. I will give you what I know. I will get all my ducks in a row, and I will give you ample evidence.
There is much that I know of you, and now there is something you know of me. This is a fruitful relationship, Lieutenant Nayar.
I agree.
When shall we expect you at the Stahlkeep?
I will be there as early as I can. If I can get my materials together, I will be there tonight.
I will wait there with other members of my house. As much evidence as you can gather. The conclusion that we are asking very important people to arrive at is an extremely troubling conclusion. It will take a great deal of convincing. You understand?
I do.
Tomorrow, the fate of the world hangs in the balance. Tonight, all we need to do is talk. I'll see you there, Lieutenant.
And he walks away from there, and that's all for this episode of Critical Role.
Oh, man. The lion's den. I deserve. I'll be there tonight. Boy.
Yeah, because that's where there's the most evidence.
Happy to be a lion.
Happy to be a lion.
Lion's mouth.
I'm here trying to get my brother on Made of Stone, you know?
Well, that's a good
Should we get everybody else out here for cool down?
To the cool down!
For the cool down.
Well fucking done.
Is it Thursday yet? Is what she say.
Converge Day, y'all.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Where's
god, we
my husband?
They're coming. They're in.
Okay.
We converged all over
Holy shit. Wow! You guys are really